All right, come closer. Tonight we walk the dim, cobblestone streets of Victorian England, not in your finest carriages, but in worn boots, soles barely holding, brushing past sooty coats and clouds of something questionable. Gas lamps flicker overhead like the eyes of sleepy sentries, casting long shadows over puddles whose contents you absolutely do not want to know. The air is thick, not thick like mist or fog. No, that might be poetic. This is different. This is air so dense with soot, manure, and rotting fish bones that it clings to your skin. You inhale, and it's like swallowing a warm bucket of pennies and wet laundry. Welcome to the world your ancestors thought was cutting edge. A woman passes you with a swift nod, a cloth clutched to her nose, not for fashion, but for survival. And that gentleman tipping his hat? He just emptied a chamber pot out of his window an hour ago. A few stories above, the same fate nearly befalls your shoulder as a cascade of something yellowish splashes onto the street beside you. You jump, reflexively, but not fast enough. It's on your shoe now. Congratulations. You've been christened. You're barely 2 minutes into this little promenade, and already you feel your stomach churning, your eyes stinging, and a growing suspicion that the Victorian era was far from romantic. And it was. It was horrifying. Not in the haunted house sense. No, this horror was real, daily, and systemic. Every breath, every step, every intimate human ritual, tainted by filth. You probably won't survive this, mentally. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing on a street named Broad Street. It's 1854, and you're rubbing your eyes from the thick stench around you. But you're not alone. Thousands of others are here too, moving like shadows through the smog. You'd expect bustling commerce, but no. What you get is a symphony of coughs, horse hooves splashing in puddles, and the occasional wretch behind an alleyway. The streets? They're alive, and not in the metaphorical, poetic sense. No, they literally crawl. Rats skitter between piles of refuse, and dogs lick mysterious spots that you really hope are just beer stains. They're not. At the edge of the street, just outside a butcher's stall, sits a small wooden barrel. A boy, no older than 7, squats nearby, relieving himself directly into the gutter. No one blinks. No one even flinches. Because this is normal. Sanitation, as a concept, exists somewhere far away, in another century. Perhaps. Not here. This is a world where night soil men, yes, that was a real profession, roamed the alleys before dawn, hauling human excrement out of cesspits and into wagons to be dumped in the Thames. You'd think that'd solve the problem. It did not. It only relocated it. Here's a fun detail. The streets were often cleaned by simply sweeping all the garbage, including animal remains, blood, food scraps, and human waste, into the gutters, which led, eventually, to storm drains. And from there, straight into the rivers. And you know what happened next? The water from those same rivers often flowed right back into homes. You don't need a medical degree to see the problem. Historians still argue whether the urban explosion of the Industrial Revolution was to blame for the worst of the sanitation crisis, or whether it simply made an already existing disaster impossible to ignore. Either way, by the mid-1800s, most major cities, especially London, smelled like death warmed over. There's a reason the Great Stink of 1858 earned its name, and we'll get to that later. What's perhaps more startling is how adaptable people became. Your nose stops registering the smell after about 15 minutes. That's not science fiction. It's olfactory fatigue. Your brain, in a desperate attempt to not short-circuit from constant offense, just gives up. That means, in this world, if you smell something, it's probably really bad. Worse than usual. Bad enough to pierce your brain's filters. And it's not just your nose on high alert. Your shoes, too, are under siege. The average Victorian street was caked in a mixture of horse dung, mud, and unmentionables. Thick layers that clung to boot soles and refused to let go. The concept of wiping your feet before entering a home. It wasn't about politeness. It was about not bringing a biohazard indoors. Of course, some people didn't even bother. Floors were covered in rushes or straw to soak up spills. And by spills, yes, we mean everything. One quirky practice from the era. Some households sprinkled strong-smelling herbs like lavender or pennyroyal on the floor to mask the stench. Others used fumigators, tiny coal-burning pots that released pleasant-smelling smoke. Effective? Not really, but it helped people pretend. And now, as you keep walking, you pass an apothecary's shop. A chalkboard outside proudly advertises medicinal vinegar for the vapors. A woman emerges from the shop, clutching a cloth soaked in rosewater to her face. The bottle clinks in her bag as she weaves her way through the crowd, stepping over a pile of what looks suspiciously like yesterday's fish stew, or someone's stomach reacting to it. It's here, in the middle of all this chaos, that the deeper horror sets in. This wasn't abnormal. This was life, daily life, unquestioned, expected. You'd adapt too, if you had to. And in a strange way, that's what makes it all so haunting. Not the smell, not the waste, not even the diseases swirling in the air. No, it's the normalcy. Because the scariest monsters aren't the ones that hide under your bed. They're the ones that set the rules above it. You keep walking. Well, more like tiptoeing now, past the edges of the Victorian sidewalk, trying to avoid the more suspicious puddles. You glance upward, thinking maybe the view will be more pleasant. It isn't. You notice a window swinging open. For a terrifying second, it looks like someone is about to dump something. And they are. You leap back just in time to avoid a splash of murky liquid slapping the cobblestones. Welcome to the golden age of chamber pots. Inside almost every home, from the cramped tenement to the wealthier townhouses, people relied on a humble bowl kept under the bed. That's right. No ensuite. No modern toilet seat. Not even a reliable outhouse for many. Just a cold porcelain pot, waiting patiently under your mattress like a ceramic goblin of digestion. Morning rituals? Oh, they were elegant. A quick stretch, a yawn, and then business right there in the room. The waste would often be tossed out the window with a hearty yell of "Gardy-loo!" A French corruption meaning watch the water. A warning, sure, but more like a disclaimer than an apology. If you happen to be passing below, well, good luck. Historians still argue whether this casual disposal was worse in London or in cities like Edinburgh or Paris. But one thing's agreed upon. If you were out for a stroll in the morning, an umbrella wasn't just for rain. And yet, not everyone even had the luxury of a chamber pot. In slums and boarding houses, shared privies, basically holes in the ground with planks, were common. Some were indoors, but many were just boxes out back that you hoped no one else was currently occupying. A typical tenement might house dozens of people and offer just one or two such facilities. You might think the wealthy had it better. In some ways, they did. By the late 1800s, indoor flush toilets became more common in the houses of the well-off. But don't get too comfortable. Early flush toilets were temperamental little beasts. They often required multiple water tanks and awkwardly placed levers. And sometimes the waste just came back up. Surprise. Worse still, the plumbing systems of the day weren't ready to handle the sudden popularity of these contraptions. In many neighborhoods, the sewer lines were non-existent, or simply terminated into rivers and streams without treatment. So every flush was essentially a direct message to the Thames. Hope you're thirsty? One particularly gruesome twist? Sewer gases. Early indoor plumbing often lacked proper traps or vents. That meant foul air, sometimes containing methane or worse, would creep back up through the pipes and into the home. People complained of the backdrafts from their new water closets, and some even blamed them for spreading disease. In truth, the correlation wasn't wrong. Germs were certainly in the air, just not quite in the way they thought. To mask the problem, many Victorians turned to floral wallpaper, scented sachets, or even hanging chunks of camphor around the bathroom. Some believed camphor could ward off illness. Others just liked that it overpowered the smell of poop. And if your home didn't have plumbing, you could visit a public convenience, a name that sounds far more polite than the reality. These were pay-per-use toilets, often guarded by attendants with mop buckets and strong stomachs. Unfortunately, many were gender-specific, poorly maintained, and located in areas you wouldn't want to visit after dark, or at all. One fringe solution that briefly gained traction? The earth closet? Essentially, it was a box where waste was covered with dry soil instead of being flushed. It worked surprisingly well in theory, and even better in rural settings. But try explaining that to a city dweller with 5 kids and no time to shovel dirt. For the average city resident, the entire toilet experience was a gamble. You might enter a shared privy, only to find it overflowing. You might choose an alley instead, and so did half the neighborhood. And once again, you'd ask yourself, is this really the peak of civilization? There's one tiny light at the end of this unsanitary tunnel, a man named Sir Joseph Bazalgette. Yes, that's a real name. And yes, he's something of a sewer superhero. Bazalgette was the engineer who finally said, enough is enough, and designed London's massive modern sewage system after the Great Stink of 1858 made Parliament itself unbearable. His underground brick tunnels still function today. He may be the only person in history who earned a statue for dealing with poop. Still, in your little nighttime walk, none of that has happened yet. You're standing there, imagining the contents of every pot dumped onto the cobbles you just stepped through. Your boots feel heavier. Your imagination runs wild. And you wonder, was this considered normal? Yes. In fact, it was advanced. Some cities didn't even have sewer systems yet. The Victorians were pioneers, just not in the glamorous, top hat and horse-drawn carriage way. More like pioneers in how many people could live on top of each other without drowning in their own waste. And the thing is, nobody thought it was particularly strange. It wasn't seen as a crisis until the smell reached the noses of the rich. When Parliament couldn't open its windows without gagging, then it was a problem. Until then, chamber pots for all. Gardy-loo, and good night. You move on, still haunted by the soft squelch of your shoes. The air hasn't improved. In fact, it feels thicker now, like walking through someone's breath after a garlic feast. You squint toward the horizon, hoping for open space. But all you find is a yellow-gray haze hugging the rooftops like a dirty halo. You can taste the fog. It's metallic, a bit like sucking on old pennies and chimney bricks. And that's not a poetic flourish. In the summer of 1858, London experienced what would become known as the Great Stink, a weeks-long horror show of odor so intense, so all-consuming, that it literally stopped government in its tracks. Parliament had to soak its curtains in chloride of lime to stay in session. The Thames had turned from a river into a massive, slow-moving open sewer. You could stand at Westminster Bridge and watch fatbergs float by like ghostly jellyfish made of human misery. Historians still argue whether this event was the final push that forced sanitation reform, or just a pungent reminder of decades of poor planning. What's certain is that the Great Stink was no anomaly. It was the inevitable climax of years of sewage, blood, rot, and industry converging into one choking plume of atmospheric doom. But here's where things get weird. Victorians didn't yet understand germs in the way we do. Miasma theory was the prevailing belief that disease was spread by bad smells, not microscopic organisms. So naturally, when cholera broke out in certain neighborhoods, the assumption wasn't, let's clean the water. It was, someone fetch me lavender and block the windows. Doctors carried posies in their coat pockets to ward off illness. Streets were sometimes dusted with lime to cleanse the air. You might walk past a hospital and see open windows, not for fresh air, but to release the foul spirits. It's a bit like opening your fridge to fix a leaking pipe. Well-meaning, but utterly irrelevant. And while the city stank, people got used to it. That's the strangest part. Human adaptability is a marvel and a curse. Residents wrapped their noses in handkerchiefs, sniffed vinegar-soaked cloths, or, if they had money, wore little scent lockets called vinaigrettes, filled with aromatic salts and spices. You wouldn't be surprised to find that even Queen Victoria's staff carried them. A quirky tidbit: some perfume makers marketed their scents as anti-cholera colognes. Imagine a fragrance ad today. Notes of bergamot, cedarwood, and disease prevention. A bold claim, but desperate noses will believe anything. As for the average home, the smells inside could rival the streets outside. With coal fires constantly burning, meat hanging unrefrigerated, and candles made of animal fat melting into the floors. The interior aroma was a cocktail of smoke, rot, and wet wool. Toss in a few damp boots and a cat that refuses to use the alley, and you're beginning to understand Victorian ambiance. Even furniture didn't escape. Curtains soaked up smells like sponges. Upholstered chairs became nests for dust and whatever lived in that dust. People rarely opened windows because they feared the outside vapors would kill them. Ironically, it was the inside air that posed the greater threat, thick with bacteria, coal soot, and chemical fumes from cleaning agents like carbolic acid. Let's talk about the wallpaper for a moment. Not just any wallpaper, green wallpaper, specifically, a vibrant emerald shade that was incredibly popular in the mid-19th century. Beautiful. Yes. Deadly. Also, yes. It often contained arsenic to preserve the color and resist mold. And under damp conditions, which most homes had in abundance, the arsenic could vaporize, meaning your lovely dining room could slowly poison you while you sipped weak tea and congratulated yourself on your modern taste. There's still debate over how many deaths were caused by arsenic wallpaper, but it's widely accepted that people got sick. Children who spent all day indoors, lying against the walls, they suffered most. And yet, people kept buying it because it was fashionable, because it was clean, in the moral sense, because the scent of death, as long as it wore a nice pattern, was socially acceptable. You pass a baker's shop now, and for a fleeting second, you catch the scent of fresh bread, warm, crusty, an actual comfort. But then the wind shifts, and the river's breath fills your lungs again. You gag a little. The baker sees your face and nods. He understands. He's seen worse. Some neighborhoods were worse than others. Near the slaughterhouses and tanneries, the smell was more than just unpleasant. It was legendary. Entire districts were known for their reek, but no matter where you were, the air quality was miserable. Coal smoke hung like funeral veils over every home. It coated your lungs. It seeped into your clothes. You could run a finger across your windowsill and come away with soot, even indoors. And so you ask yourself, how did people survive this? The honest answer is, not everyone did. Respiratory diseases were rampant. Tuberculosis was a regular visitor. Children coughed their way into adulthood. If they were lucky, the average life expectancy in urban areas was often under 40. Still, people married, worked, danced, and dreamed. They lived entire lives in the shadow of stink. Some even romanticized it. The smell of coal smoke was considered the scent of progress. The Thames, though black and glistening like oil, was a symbol of empire. And the fog. Oh, the famous London fog. It became part of the mythology. Poets praised it. Painters painted it. Everyone ignored what it actually was. So tonight, as you drift through these haunted streets, take a deep breath. On second thought, maybe don't. But remember this. To walk through Victorian London wasn't just a test of will. It was a daily act of courage. Or, at the very least, a daily act of extremely selective smelling. You turn a corner now, just in time to see a man step confidently into what looks like a puddle, and immediately regret it. His boot disappears halfway down into a mixture that splashes brown. He curses under his breath, adjusts his top hat, and keeps moving like it's just another Monday. You can't help but wonder how bad it must be to step into raw sewage before breakfast and not even blink. Welcome to the underbelly of Victorian society. Literally. Beneath your feet lies a sprawling network of half-rotten, sludge-choked tunnels. And down there, in the shadows, are the heroes nobody asked for, the sewer workers, or more affectionately and horrifyingly, the toshers. Toshers were men, and sometimes boys, who ventured into the sewers to scavenge anything of value. Coins, jewelry, rags, bones. If it could be sold or traded, they'd find it. They waded chest deep in human waste, armed with nothing but a lantern, a stick, and sheer desperation. The smell? Permanent. The risk? Daily. The pay? Let's just say no one's getting rich in human sludge. One tosher described the job as warm in winter. That was the positive. The rest? Endless sores, disease, and the very real possibility of being washed away in a sudden flood of filth if someone above flushed at the wrong time. Historians still argue whether these men were brave survivors or desperate outcasts. Probably both. What's clear is that they existed, they worked, and society pretended not to notice them. As long as waste disappeared and valuables reappeared at pawn shops, no one asked too many questions. Sewers in this era weren't tidy, well-engineered wonders of sanitation. Before Bazalgette's revolutionary design, most of London's sewers were converted medieval drainage ditches, narrow, open-topped canals originally meant for rainwater. Over time, as population boomed, they were overloaded with household waste, industrial runoff, and every unspeakable thing a city could shed. They clogged constantly. Rats thrived. Disease spread like gossip at a tea party. And here's the kicker. Many of these so-called sewers ran directly into the Thames. No treatment, no filtration, just a one-way ticket from chamber pot to drinking water. Yes, drinking water. Many public pumps drew from the very same river. A sip of tea might have a touch of Earl Grey, and a dash of your neighbor's digestive farewell. That brings us to another forgotten but crucial figure, the water collector. Not everyone had plumbing or even access to the Thames, so families sent children, usually girls, to fetch water from public pumps. But not all pumps were safe. The infamous Broad Street pump, for instance, became the epicenter of a deadly cholera outbreak in 1854. Dr. John Snow, no relation to Game of Thrones, unfortunately, traced the deaths to this one water source and changed the course of epidemiology forever. But back then, no one wanted to hear that it was the water. The air, people insisted. The stench, that's what's killing us. So children kept fetching water, people kept drinking it, and the sewers kept spilling their secrets. Now imagine this. You're a sewer worker, deep underground. The only light is your oil lamp, which flickers ominously. The ceiling drips with condensation, or is that something else? You push forward through the muck, feeling around with your pole, hoping for the dull clink of coin against brick. And then you hear it, a low, rushing sound. You freeze. Water? A sudden flush from above? You turn, but there's nowhere to run. The current slams into you with the force of 10 bathhouses. You're knocked down, dragged, rolled like a forgotten sock. If you're lucky, you grab hold of a pipe. If you're not, well, there are corners of the sewer where people simply disappeared. A quirky historical tidbit. Some toshers believed that lucky finds, especially wedding rings, carried curses. Rumors swirled about workers who found gold and fell mysteriously ill. Others claimed the rings whispered at night. Superstition? Maybe. But when you spend your nights ankle-deep in Victorian runoff, you start to believe things. You come back above ground now, gasping for air that, while foul, is at least not trying to drown you. A street sweeper passes, pushing a wooden cart with metal wheels that scream against the cobbles. His broom barely moves the sludge. It just redistributes it. Behind him, two pigs root through the filth for something edible. That's not a metaphor. Actual pigs, wandering free, were a common sight in poorer districts. The city had unofficial pig herders. Imagine calling that your job title. Sometimes, pigs and dogs scavenged side by side. And yes, people did eat them later. A pig that knew the streets well was fattened for the pot. That's a kind of recycling we don't talk about today. It wasn't just pigs and dogs. Crows, rats, and even foxes called the city's waste home. Nature had adapted beautifully to human horror. And let's not forget the boots. Victorian boots, even high-end ones, weren't waterproof. A step into the gutter could mean hours of damp, stinking leather pressed against your skin, itchy, clammy, fungal. People stuffed hay inside to soak up moisture, or used scraps of newspaper. Because yes, even back then, the news was full of stuff you didn't want to touch. Some ladies used decorative overshoes called pattens, wooden or metal soles that lifted them above the filth. Practical? Kind of. Graceful? Not really. Try wobbling down a cobblestone street on 2 mini stilts while avoiding dead fish. It's an extreme sport. As you take all this in, a sudden gust lifts your coat and flutters the newspaper lining your boot. You smile grimly. Welcome to Victorian Hygiene, a place where even the rats had somewhere better to be. The wind shifts again. It's cooler now, but that doesn't help much. You catch the scent of coal smoke mixed with wet wool, and beneath that, something unmistakably human. Not sweat. Exactly. Something older. Sour. Fermented. You wrinkle your nose and step aside as a man passes by in a long brown overcoat, his hair slick with grease, his boots squelching faintly. He hasn't bathed in days, or weeks, possibly months. Welcome to the Victorian definition of clean. You probably take for granted that a bath is a daily, or at least regular, event. But in the 1800s, bathing was considered optional at best, risky at worst. Some doctors even warned against excessive washing, claiming it weakened the body or disturbed your natural oils. That's one way to describe a biofilm. Victorians bathed sparingly, weekly if you were lucky, monthly if you were average, yearly for some. Yes, a full-body soak was rare and logistically difficult. Few homes had running hot water. Heating enough in pots took time, fuel, and effort, not something easily done in cramped apartments or overworked households. Instead, you might perform a strip wash or bird bath, a damp cloth, a little soap, and a prayer. Start with the face, move to the armpits, and skip the rest if time ran out, which it usually did. Soap itself was a bit of a gamble. Most was made from animal fat and lye, harsh enough to leave your skin red and cracked. And if you were poor, you might dilute it or use none at all. Some preferred baking soda, sand, or even ashes. Exfoliation, Victorian style. Historians still argue whether bathing habits were truly driven by poverty or a genuine fear of water. A bit of both, likely. The idea that disease could enter through open pores made people wary of hot baths. Better to stay sealed up, coated in a thin crust of sweat, dust, and protection, right? And if you did take a bath, good luck finding clean water. It was common for entire families to share the same tub, eldest to youngest. So, if you were last in line, you got everyone else's grime too. Congratulations. And yes, they reused bathwater. Why waste all that effort heating it up? It might sound absurd today, but when fuel was expensive and plumbing a fantasy, recycling bathwater made sense. Sort of. Here's a quirky tidbit. In wealthier homes, the weekly bath became something of a ceremony. Decorative bathtubs were moved into the parlor for warmth. Curtains were drawn, candles lit, and hot water carried in by servants, bucket after bucket. By the time the tub was full, the water was lukewarm at best, and the bather was already tired. Public bathhouses did exist, especially later in the century, and they were a godsend to the working class. For a small fee, you could access a hot bath, soap, and a towel, but they weren't always clean. And modesty rules meant you often bathed in your undergarments or behind flimsy partitions. Privacy was a luxury. So was water pressure. By contrast, cold water was easy to find. Many bathhouses offered cold plunges, often touted as invigorating and manly. What they didn't mention was how fast you'd get out again. Think of it as a 19th century ice bucket challenge, without the charity. Even among the cleanliest, hair posed a problem. Washing it was a major chore, especially for women. Long hair meant hours of work, detangling, washing, drying, without hair dryers, of course, and rebraiding. So most women wash their hair just once every few weeks, sometimes even less. To keep up appearances between washes, they used dry shampoo before it was cool. Powders made of starch, flour, or even crushed violets. Some just brushed vigorously and hoped for the best. Others oiled their hair with bear grease or macassar oil, which gave it a shiny, healthy appearance, and also stained every piece of furniture they leaned against. Hence, anti-macassars, those little cloths you see on the back of chairs in antique shops. They weren't decorative. They were protection. Let's talk briefly about towels. You're probably imagining soft, fluffy cotton. No. Victorian towels were closer to potato sacks, rough, thin, and not particularly absorbent. Some people simply used an old sheet or let themselves air dry, slowly, in a freezing room, with an open window, because miasma. And what about the bathwater itself? If you were drawing from a cistern or public pump, the odds of it containing a delightful mix of minerals, microbes, and mystery were high. Boiling helped, but only if you had time and fuel. Most didn't. There's one haunting image we can't ignore: the shared tin tub in the middle of the kitchen, surrounded by watching siblings or nosy neighbors. Steam rising, water slowly browning, a bar of gritty soap floating like a sad iceberg. You sit there, shivering, while someone knocks on the door asking if they're next. Even in hospitals, bathing was rare. Nurses might wipe a patient's brow with a damp cloth, but would never dream of full immersion. And surgeons? They weren't exactly scrubbing up before slicing open your leg. That comes later. So you continue your stroll, a little more appreciative of your hot shower and floral body wash back home. Around you, life continues. A woman empties a wash tub onto the street, and you catch a glimmer of gray soap bubbles and something less pleasant. A child plays nearby, barefoot, his skin streaked with soot. He looks happy. That's the strangest part. You almost envy his oblivion. This was life, real, raw, and rarely rinsed. Victorians didn't think they were filthy. They thought they were practical, efficient, respectable. And as your boots squelch once again, you begin to understand why the phrase cleanliness is next to godliness wasn't always taken literally. Sometimes it was just a hopeful idea, floating like soap scum on the surface of a very, very dirty tub. Your walk continues, but now you're more cautious, not just watching your step, though that's still wise, but observing the people, specifically their hair, from street sweepers to bankers, from chimney boys to ladies in lace gloves. There's a sheen to everyone's head, not the healthy kind. This is grease, shine that's been earned, not applied. Victorian hair hygiene was, to put it gently, an acquired taste. Start with frequency. Most people didn't wash their hair more than once a month. Some waited longer. The reasons are familiar now. Lack of clean water, fear of illness, sheer effort. But hair presented its own challenges. Long, thick, and rarely cut. It required hours to clean and even longer to dry. Without electric dryers, people had to rely on fireplaces, sun, if it showed up, or a towel that resembled sandpaper. So, instead of washing it, Victorians managed their hair. The most popular method? Oil. Pomades made from bear grease, pig fat, or mineral oil were used to slick the hair down, add shine, and, crucially, keep lice from climbing in. Yes, lice. Because head lice weren't just a problem for the poor. Everyone got them. Historians still argue whether pomade actually deterred lice or just made them harder to see. But either way, a well-oiled head was considered smart, stylish, and civilized. For men, a part straight down the middle, hair combed back and flattened to the scalp. For women, tightly braided or pinned into complex updos, sometimes stiff enough to hold pins like a pincushion. Now, you may be asking, what about shampoo? It existed. Technically. Early versions were made from soap shavings, eggs, gin, or herbal infusions like rosemary and chamomile. But they were luxury items, often used sparingly. A more common practice? Dusting the scalp with hair powder, a holdover from earlier centuries. This absorbed oil, masked odors, and gave a matte finish, sort of like dry shampoo's feral ancestor. A quirky tidbit: Macassar oil, a popular hairdressing made from exotic ingredients, became such a problem for staining furniture that entire households created decorative cloth covers to catch it. These were called antimacassars, and if your headrest didn't have one, well, guests were less welcome. But the real danger was what else lived in your hair. Lice were common. So were nits, the egg sacs, which clung to individual strands like tiny barnacles. For many families, nitpicking was not just an expression, but an actual daily task. Mothers would sit in the evening light, squinting into their child's scalp with a comb and a grim expression. There were no shampoos to kill lice outright, only patience, vinegar rinses, and prayer. Wigs offered no escape. Yes, people still wore them, particularly older women or men covering bald spots. But wigs could harbor even more pests than your natural hair. And they weren't always cleaned between uses. Some were inherited, others purchased secondhand. A few were even made from hair-cut-off corpses. We'll come back to that in a later section, so brace yourself. Meanwhile, barbers were more than just hairstylists. They were minor surgeons, tooth pullers, and louse checkers all in one. A visit to the barber might include a haircut, a shave with a straight razor, a bloodletting session, and some gossip about Mrs. Kensington's rash. Hygiene was not yet a separate profession. Let's talk about beards. Victorian men adored facial hair, mutton chops, handlebar mustaches, full beards. It was all on trend. But maintaining those majestic whiskers? Another ordeal. Beard oil wasn't just for shine, it was for odor control. Because let's face it, if you're bathing once a month and eating stew with your fingers, things tend to linger in your beard. Crumbs, sweat, maybe soup from last Tuesday. A beard could become its own ecosystem. In some circles, particularly among the elite, visiting a hairdresser became part of social routine. Women sat for hours having their hair curled with tongs heated in fire, a delicate dance between beautiful waves and smoldering hair. While men had their whiskers trimmed with surgical precision, but outside the upper crust, you cut your own hair, or didn't. Lopsided bangs, uneven necklines, random bald patches. These were common sights, and no one judged. Much. For the working poor, lice weren't just a nuisance. They were an accepted part of life. School teachers combed through children's heads with blunt tools, and boarding houses often required tenants to sleep with their heads covered in vinegar-soaked cloths. If you were lucky, you avoided the dreaded kerosene treatment. Yes, people really did that. They poured lamp oil on their heads and hoped it didn't catch fire. Even hats weren't safe. A bowler hat or bonnet could trap heat and moisture, creating a perfect storm for fungal infections. But you wore them anyway. A bare head was indecent. Sunburn? Not the issue. Social scandal was worse. A fascinating fringe belief held that brushing your hair 100 times a night would keep it healthy. While the origin of this myth is unclear, many people took it seriously. Hairbrushes with boar bristles were passed down through families, often rarely washed, which meant they did a fine job of redistributing the existing oil and anything else living in your scalp. As you stroll past a row of tenements, you glimpse a woman sitting by a cracked window, slowly combing her daughter's hair. Her face is calm, but the daughter's eyes are clenched shut. The comb is metal. Every stroke is a battle. You wonder, not for the first time, how people did this, how they woke up every morning, looked in the mirror or reflective pot lid, and said, "Good enough?" And yet, they did. The human capacity for routine, for finding dignity in decay, is astonishing. Hair was messy, tangled, and sometimes crawling, but it was theirs, an extension of the self, proof, even, that they still cared, enough to comb, enough to pin, enough to endure. So the next time you wash your hair under a warm stream of mint-scented shampoo, take a moment to thank the centuries of itchy scalps, greasy bangs, and brave little combs that got us here. You pause at the edge of a quiet alley now, watching as a young man in a frayed vest leans against a wall, picking at his teeth with a splinter of wood. He spits, winces, and mutters something about "that damn molar again." His breath? You can smell it from here. A rotting mix of ale, onions, and the unmistakable tang of decay. Victorian dental care was, how to put this kindly, experimental at best and masochistic at worst. Let's begin with the tools. Toothbrushes existed? Sure, but they weren't exactly luxurious. The bristles were often made from pig hair, and the handles, if not carved from bone or wood, were just stiff sticks. They wore down quickly and weren't cleaned often, if at all. A family might share one. You heard that right. Shared. As for toothpaste, imagine smearing your gums with a concoction of brick dust, soot, charcoal, and sometimes even crushed seashells. It wasn't about taste or foam or whitening. It was about abrasion. Just grind everything down. Teeth, plaque, enamel, your will to live. Historians still argue whether these homemade pastes were better than nothing, or whether they actually hastened tooth decay. Given the state of most mouths, the jury is still out. The wealthy had more refined options. Apothecaries sold pre-mixed powders made from chalk, salt, or even baking soda. They might be scented with peppermint or clove, but only to mask the horror beneath. Some of these formulas actually corroded enamel over time. You got fresher breath and a lifetime of nerve pain. But dental hygiene wasn't just about what went in the mouth. It was about what stayed in. And unfortunately, that meant toothaches. Constant, throbbing, and largely untreated. You couldn't call a dentist on a Tuesday afternoon. There were dentists, sort of, but many were untrained or doubled as barbers, blacksmiths, or opportunists with a strong grip and low standards. Tooth extraction was the go-to solution for any problem. Cavity? Yank it. Abscess? Yank it. Loose tooth? Might as well yank it while you're there. Anesthesia, of course, was optional, usually not present. You sat in a chair, if you were lucky, bit down on a rag, and hoped the guy pulling your tooth didn't also moonlight as a butcher. Sometimes he did. A quirky detail? Traveling dentists often worked in markets and fairs, setting up small booths beside pie sellers and puppet shows. They'd advertise with signs like "teeth pulled without pain," and sometimes hired musicians to drown out the screams. Some even kept jars filled with bloody teeth on display, as proof of their skill. Did anyone actually brush regularly? Some did. Queen Victoria was reportedly very concerned about her breath and insisted on brushing daily. But for most common folks, the routine might include swishing water, chewing herbs like mint or parsley, or simply doing nothing at all. Rotten breath was part of the symphony of city life. False teeth? Oh yes, they existed. Early dentures were carved from ivory, wood, or even real human teeth, many from deceased soldiers. Some were wired into the jaw with gold or silver, creating grotesque smiles that clacked and pinched with every word. George Washington gets all the attention, but he wasn't alone in enduring a mouthful of horrors. In the black market of dentistry, Waterloo teeth were especially prized. After the famous battle, looters pried teeth from fallen soldiers and sold them to English dental suppliers. Morbid? Absolutely. Effective? Sadly, yes. These teeth, set into metal plates, were worn by society's upper crust, literally smiling with the dead. And for those who couldn't afford replacements, you simply went without. Smiles were crooked, patchy, or entirely gummy. Public speaking was done with closed lips. Laughter was muffled, and meals, those were quiet, too, often ending in sore gums and unfinished bites. As you pass a bakery, the smell of fresh bread tempts you. But then you spot a man behind the counter, his mouth puckered, his gums raw, trying to chew a crusty loaf without teeth. He glances at you, eyes twinkling with familiarity. The look says, "I used to chew. I remember." Some believed that tooth loss was just part of aging. Others blamed bad blood or sugar, though few could afford much sugar. More often, it was infection. Slow, agonizing, and ignored. A toothache could spread into the jaw, the sinuses, even the brain. People died, quietly, in pain, with a swollen cheek and a rag to bite down on. And yet, vanity persisted. People blackened gaps with soot to make them look like shadows instead of holes. Women covered their mouths with lace handkerchiefs when they smiled. Men adopted stern, tight-lipped scowls as a sign of authority. The less you revealed, the less anyone could judge. There's a strange resilience in all this. Even as mouths rotted and teeth fell, people kept eating, kept kissing, kept talking. They adapted, learned to chew on one side, avoided crusts, softened meat in broth, laughed less, but laughed still. You pass a girl on the street now, maybe 11, offering peppermint lozenges from a small tin. "Freshens the breath," she cries. You hesitate. She smiles, revealing exactly one tooth in front. Her confidence is startling. But then again, this is normal. She's proud to have even one. And suddenly, you're grateful. Grateful for your toothpaste that foams, your bristles that aren't pig-based, your dentist who went to school for more than a weekend. You think about your next checkup and make a mental note. Don't complain about the fluoride rinse ever again. Because if you lived here, your best hope might be a cup of clove oil, a firm handshake, and someone to hold your head while they pulled. You're starting to itch, not from bugs, though that wouldn't be surprising, but from a creeping awareness that everything here feels sticky. The air, your skin, even the fabric brushing against your legs. That is, if you're lucky enough to be wearing fabric that's clean, intact, or even yours. Victorian clothing hygiene was less about style and more about endurance. Specifically, how long an outfit could go unwashed before it turned into a biohazard. Let's talk underwear. Or rather, the surprising lack of it. Most people didn't wear what we consider proper undergarments. Women might have a chemise or shift, a long, shapeless layer between the skin and corset. Men wore linen drawers or long johns. But in the lower classes, underwear was seen as unnecessary, impractical, or simply too expensive to maintain. And washing it, a rare ordeal. Laundry day wasn't once a week. It was once a month. If that, more often in wealthier homes with servants. But for the average household, washing clothes was a full-body workout, a multi-day process that left your back sore, your hands raw, and your laundry only marginally cleaner. So, instead of washing undergarments often, Victorians relied on layering. Dirty chemise, add another corset starting to smell, dab some rose water on it, pits rank, stuff sprigs of lavender into your bodice and carry on. The term pit posies wasn't just a joke. It was a lifestyle. Historians still argue whether this approach was entirely due to poverty or partly due to a cultural belief in airing clothes instead of cleaning them. The idea was, hang them outside, let the breeze do its thing, and hope the sun burned off whatever sins they carried. But even airing your laundry could be a risk. In dense urban neighborhoods, hanging clothes outside often meant catching more soot than sun. Coal smoke would coat your linens in black smears, and if it rained, well, now your wet shirt smells like wet ashtray. Laundry soaps were harsh, usually made from lye, animal fat, or even crushed bones. Strong enough to clean wool, strong enough to strip your skin. Many women suffered from laundresses' hands, permanently red, cracked, and swollen. Gloves were a luxury, and burns from boiling water were common. A quirky tidbit: urine was used as a pre-wash stain remover. That's right, chamber lye, or aged urine, was considered excellent for bleaching. Laundry collected in slop buckets might marinate in it overnight before hitting the washboard. Smell aside, it worked surprisingly well. So well that some commercial laundries collected urine by the barrel. And the water? Rarely clean. Laundresses often worked near rivers or communal wash houses where the water quality made you question whether washing was doing more harm than good. But the priority was appearance, not sanitation. If a shirt looked whitish and smelled vaguely floral from perfume or soap, that counted. Now imagine wearing the same pair of underdrawers for weeks, in summer, while walking miles a day. You'd chafe, you'd stew, you'd scratch, and then you'd do it all again tomorrow. Women had it worse. Corsets trapped sweat against the skin, creating perfect little steam rooms of bacteria and fabric. Combine that with wool skirts, layers of petticoats, and bloomers that hadn't seen a wash basin in a fortnight, and you get a daily cocktail of friction and fungi. Men weren't spared either. Collars and cuffs were detachable for a reason. They were the only parts changed regularly. A man might wear the same coat and trousers for weeks, but freshen up his look by swapping in a newly starched collar, usually thick with starch and barely breathable. And socks? Reused endlessly. Darned until they were more thread than original fabric. Some people even wore paper socks. Thin, disposable layers meant to delay washing the real thing. You might be wondering, how did they bear the smell? The answer: they didn't notice. Everyone stank. Body odor was a social norm, not a source of shame. In fact, smelling too clean could raise eyebrows. It suggested vanity, frivolity, maybe even moral weakness. There was virtue in enduring your own scent. Which brings us to perfumes. Not for allure, but for camouflage. People carried scent bottles, soaked their handkerchiefs in cologne, or tucked herbs into their bodices and coat pockets. Some women wore musk sachets around the waist to distract from any, shall we say, southern discomfort. These were little fabric pouches filled with spices or flowers, replaced when the fragrance wore off, or when it began to mingle unpleasantly with reality. A common joke of the time went, "A true lady wears perfume only when she has something to hide." It wasn't always funny. In wealthier households, maids were tasked with beating the dust out of garments between wears, literally beating, taking a dress or coat outside and thwacking it against a wall, or with a stick to remove the grime. This only worked for so long before the garment began to fall apart. Clothes were patched, repatched, handed down, and worn until the seams surrendered. A middle-class woman might own just 2 or 3 full outfits, one for daily wear, one for church, and perhaps a morning dress, each one expected to last years. Even shoes were shared between siblings, and coats passed from father to son like grim family heirlooms. And don't get started on hats. The inside of a Victorian hatband could be a petri dish of dried sweat, lice eggs, and dandruff. But hey, at least it kept the rain off. As you walk past a small alley, you see a line of undergarments flapping in the breeze. They're yellowed, threadbare, and sagging from use. A woman emerges to gather them. She clutches the cloth to her chest like it's silk, because to her, it is. And you realize something. There was pride in those garments. Pride in keeping them together. in stitching the same hem 5 times, in surviving another week without enough soap or water or time. Because in a world that barely acknowledged personal hygiene, doing your laundry wasn't just a chore. It was a quiet act of rebellion. You're beginning to acclimate, or at least your senses are staging a polite retreat. You no longer flinch at the smell of passing strangers or wince at the milky fog rising from alley drains. Instead, something else has caught your attention. The sudden whiff of roses in the air, powdery and artificial, riding the wind like a desperate apology. You follow the scent to its source, a woman gliding by, clutching a handkerchief to her chest. She's doused herself in perfume. Not a dab on the neck. No, this is warfare. A full-body olfactory shield. And she's not alone. A gentleman passes next, trailing behind him notes of sandalwood, alcohol, and regret. In Victorian society, perfume wasn't a luxury. It was armor. With bathing rare and washing clothes an ordeal, the only way to avoid offending others, or yourself, was to mask the reality. Bottled fragrance became a booming industry, marketed not for seduction or status, but for survival. You didn't wear perfume to smell beautiful. You wore it to keep people from passing out when you lifted your arms. Colognes, eau de toilette, scented oils, pomanders, sachets, powders. People carried them, wore them, and slept near them. A truly fashionable lady might keep lavender between her bedsheets. A practical one might sprinkle vinegar on her mattress to kill the lice first. One quirky practice? The vinaigrette, a small, perforated box, often worn as a necklace or brooch, containing a sponge soaked in aromatic vinegar. Whenever a whiff of sewage or body odor threatened to overwhelm you, you'd raise it to your nose like a delicate Victorian gas mask. It was especially popular in churches, where the sheer density of unwashed worshippers was a challenge to both piety and lungs. Historians still argue whether these practices were effective or just symbolic. After all, a sprig of rosemary can't do much against 3 weeks of foot sweat. But psychologically, oh, they helped. Just having a pleasant scent near your nostrils gave you the illusion of control in a very uncontrollable world. Men weren't spared. The dandy of the day would wear heavy cologne on his coat lapels, his gloves, even his mustache. Yes, mustache waxes came scented. A proper gentleman might smell like lemon peel, bergamot, or a pine forest, depending on whether he wanted to appear fresh, adventurous, or like a well-dressed Christmas tree. Perfume also had class implications. The poor smelled like sweat and smoke. The rich smelled like flowers and citrus, and also sweat and smoke, but more politely disguised. The strength of your fragrance could determine how people treated you. Too faint, and you were suspicious. Too strong, and you might be mistaken for a streetwalker. Balance was everything. Let's not forget the indoor world. Homes smelled too badly. So households embraced scented oils and potpourri, kept in jars or pressed into decorative plates called pomanders. Kitchens often reeked of cabbage, meat fat, and soot. Bedrooms carried the musky imprint of unwashed sheets, body heat, and the occasional rat. To counter this, people boiled herbs on the stove, mint, lavender, sage, to create an illusion of freshness. Candles were often scented as well, though the wax was typically made from tallow, rendered animal fat, which carried its own greasy perfume. You could light a room and gag at the same time. But then again, that was normal. A candle that didn't stink was a pleasant surprise. And, in extreme cases, perfume wasn't worn, it was thrown. Wealthy partygoers would sprinkle rose water from silver flasks onto the floor or across carriages before stepping in. Some even flung it onto their bed sheets or guests. It sounds decadent until you realize they were trying to overpower the smell of rot, mildew, or the lingering dampness from a prior tenant who may or may not have been entirely alive. One of the more dramatic trends was scented gloves. Women would rub perfumed oils into their leather gloves, so when they waved or gestured, the fragrance wafted outward. A subtle flex, a passive-aggressive Febreze. These gloves were sometimes stored in glove boxes, lined with pressed flowers or soaked in alcohol to retain scent. A single whiff, and suddenly your neighbor's halitosis was tolerable again. But here's the thing. Perfume was everywhere, and yet it never quite won. The smells of the city, of sweat, of sewage, of coal and wet wool, were louder, more stubborn. Perfume was trying to solo over 100-piece orchestra of funk, and it couldn't keep up. Even funeral homes got in on the act. Corpses were perfumed before burial. Parlors were doused in frankincense or myrrh during viewings. Because death, like life, had its own unmistakable scent. And even in mourning, the Victorian nose could only take so much. So what did this mean for human interaction? Everything was filtered through fragrance and fear. A handshake might bring you too close to someone's underarms. A hug could unearth a week's worth of laundry secrets. A dance? That was a gamble between elegance and olfactory betrayal. Still, people persevered. You pass a pair of young lovers now, standing awkwardly beneath a lamplight. He's adjusting his cravat. She's patting her powdered hair. Neither has bathed recently, but both are drenched in rosewater and hope. They lean in, not too close, and smile. Because in this world, masking the truth with a little lavender wasn't dishonesty. It was survival. It was dignity. It was love, in spite of everything. So breathe deep, if you dare. Somewhere beneath the top notes of bergamot and musk, you'll find the quiet truth that humans have always wanted to smell better, not just to attract, but to escape. The scent of rosewater fades behind you, replaced by something sharper. Chlorine, perhaps? No, not quite. It's the metallic sting of old pipes and cold water, and it's coming from a large brick building at the end of the lane. You step inside, and the echo of your footfalls mixes with murmurs, sloshing, and the occasional sharp yelp of someone braving cold water. You found yourself in a public bathhouse, a blessing, a battleground, and a social experiment all in one. By the mid-19th century, as cities grew denser and hygiene crises became impossible to ignore, governments finally took action. Public bathhouses sprang up across London, Manchester, and other urban centers. The idea was revolutionary. Offer the working class a place to bathe, wash their clothes, and restore a shred of dignity. But don't picture steamy luxury. These were no Roman spas. Most bathhouses were utilitarian and chilly, filled with iron tubs, rough towels, and water that was more room temperature than relaxing. And while the concept was noble, the execution was mixed. Let's start with access. Bathhouses were often separated by gender, but not always. Men might bathe openly in communal rooms. Women were given curtained stalls, but the curtains didn't always close. Privacy was minimal. Embarrassment was inevitable. And the queue? Endless. To get in, you'd pay a few pennies, A small fee, but still a stretch for the poorest families. That fee got you a bar of harsh soap, a wooden bench, and 10 minutes in a tin tub that may or may not have been cleaned since its last occupant. If you took too long, the attendant banged on the door. Historians still argue whether these bathhouses truly improved public health or merely served as moral salves for the upper class. Proof that they were trying to help, even if the facilities were bleak. And let's talk about the water. You might arrive expecting a warm soak, only to find that the boiler wasn't working. Again, cold water it is. Some bathers brought kettles from home to mix in a little warmth. Others just steeled themselves and plunged in, gasping and swearing like sailors. A quirky detail: some bathhouses enforce strict rules against talking, spitting, or excessive splashing. Signs were posted like commandments: do not bathe if you have open sores. No singing in the bath. Soap must be returned. That last one? Not a joke. Soap was rationed, and theft was common. If you were lucky enough to visit during off hours, you might get a few quiet minutes to soak and pretend the world outside didn't exist. But more often, you were shoulder to shoulder with strangers, the air thick with steam, sweat, and awkwardness. There's an attendant now, trudging past you with a mop and a look that says, "I've seen things." His coat is stained. His eyes don't quite focus. You imagine how many backsides he's glimpsed in a single day. He deserves a pension and a hug. In the laundry section, women scrub clothes on metal washboards, elbow deep in grayish water. A baby wails somewhere nearby. A shirt flaps from a clothesline overhead, dripping onto your shoulder. It's all happening at once, chaotic, yet somehow rhythmic, like a city breathing. For many families, bathhouses became part of the weekly routine. Sunday afternoons, especially, saw long lines around the block. Mothers brought children. Fathers waited with towels. It was a communal effort, tinged with dread and relief. Children were often bathed in pairs or trios, dumped into a tub together like potatoes. Laughter echoed off the tiled walls until the soap hit someone's eye. Then came screams, a scolding, and someone being forcibly rinsed while thrashing like a trout. Of course, there were those who refused to go. Bathhouses were seen by some as undignified, even dangerous. "I'd rather stink in peace than freeze in public," muttered one old man outside. He meant it. Others embraced the experience. Some women even brought perfumes to dab on afterward, turning the post-bath walk home into a personal fashion parade. Hair damp, cheeks flushed, smelling like lavender and defiance. You notice a young couple emerging now. She's holding her skirts above the wet floor. He's grinning sheepishly as he shakes water from his sleeves. They look radiant, almost glowing. You realize, for them, this was a date, a shared bath, a stolen moment of warmth in a cold, indifferent city. And then there's the politics of it all. Public bathhouses weren't just about cleanliness. They were a statement that the poor deserved hygiene, that health was a right, not a luxury. Reformers lobbied for more, better, cleaner facilities. Pamphlets circulated with titles like "Why the Working Man Must Bathe" and "Soap, the Civilizer of the Empire." But, like everything Victorian, there was judgment too. Bathing became moralized. A dirty child was not just unhygienic, he was undisciplined. A smelly woman, slovenly. And heaven help the unmarried man who skipped his Sunday scrub. There was an unspoken social pressure to be visibly clean, even if your soul was in shambles. Soap equaled salvation. A bar of carbolic could cure what no priest could. Or so the reformers preached. You glance back one last time as you step outside. The bathhouse door creaks closed. Behind it, the faint sound of splashing and laughter lingers. People, scrubbing away the grime of the week, trying, if only for 10 minutes, to feel human again. And you think, maybe that's what hygiene was, deep down. Not a state of body, but a moment of hope. The belief that you could shed the filth of the world and emerge, if not new, then at least less old. You're back on the street now, cheeks tingling from the bathhouse steam, or maybe from the cold wind that cuts through your clothes the moment you're outside again. Around you, gas lamps flicker, carriages rattle, boots slap through puddles. Everything smells damp, metallic, and faintly like scorched linen. And then you see him, a doctor, unmistakable in his stiff black coat and tall hat, briskly stepping down from a carriage. His bag swings at his side, leather worn and shiny from use. He walks with confidence until you notice the faint speckling on his cuffs, brown, rust red. His hands are bare, and that's when it hits you. This man, a physician, has just come from seeing a patient, possibly performing surgery, without washing his hands. It wasn't an oversight. It was normal. In Victorian medicine, hand washing wasn't standard practice. In fact, many doctors believed that too much cleanliness was dangerous. It was thought to weaken the body's natural defenses or disturb its humors. You could operate on a man's abdomen in the morning and deliver a baby in the afternoon, using the same instruments, the same hands, and no soap. Historians still argue whether this was ignorance or arrogance, but the result was the same. Infection ran rampant in hospitals, and hygiene was seen as optional. Let's visit a hospital now. You step into a ward lined with beds. Each bed holds a groaning patient, some wrapped in soiled bandages, others delirious, limbs stiff with fever. The windows are open, not for fresh air, but to let the miasma out, the invisible, foul-smelling vapors they believed caused disease. There's a bucket in the corner, half full of bloody linens. A nurse picks through them bare-handed, humming softly. Her apron is already splattered. You try not to stare. Surgery is happening down the hall. No sterile gloves, no masks, and certainly no antiseptic. The surgeon sharpens his blade on a leather strop like a barber. He uses the same table for every patient, wiping it down between procedures with a rag dipped in cold water. The most important factor in Victorian surgery wasn't cleanliness. It was speed. The faster you could amputate, the better the patient's chance of survival. Not because it was less painful. Anesthesia was still in its infancy, but because less time meant less blood loss and fewer screams. A quirky tidbit. Some surgeons prided themselves on their speed records. One famous doctor reportedly removed a leg in under 3 minutes and accidentally removed 2 fingers from his assistant in the process. The patient died. So did the assistant. A bystander had a heart attack. Not a great day. The discovery of germ theory was just beginning to emerge, thanks to scientists like Louis Pasteur and Joseph Lister. But even then, many in the medical community resisted. They didn't want to believe they were the source of their patients' infections. The idea that they, with their respectable coats and scalpels, were spreading death, Unthinkable. Instead, they blamed the poor, the air, the water, the stars, anything but their own hands. And yet, death didn't discriminate. Even the wealthiest families lost loved ones to puerperal fever, often introduced during childbirth by a doctor who'd just finished a post-mortem in the next room. Mortality rates in maternity wards were staggering. You watch a physician now as he approaches a home. He lifts a knocker, brass, shaped like a lion's head, and waits. A maid answers. He bows, enters, and you hear footsteps climbing the stairs. Inside, there's a girl coughing upstairs, wet, ragged, relentless. The doctor will examine her, take her pulse, maybe bleed her or apply leeches, and leave. No hand washing before, none after. The next house he visits may have a newborn. The same hands will touch both. Even the tools tell a story. Scalpels, forceps, bone saws. They were rarely cleaned. They might be wiped on a sleeve, dipped in alcohol, or simply put back in the bag. Rust was a badge of experience, not a cause for alarm. Midwives, by contrast, often knew better. They relied on boiling water, vinegar rinses, and instincts sharpened by necessity. Some even insisted on hand washing between births, though they were mocked for it by proper doctors. A fringe belief at the time held that the best physicians carried the scent of their work: blood, sweat, and ether. A clean-smelling doctor? Suspicious. Was he doing enough? And let's not forget the medicines themselves. You glance into a chemist's shop now. Rows of brown bottles with hand-painted labels. Opium tincture, mercury salts, arsenic pills. These were standard treatments, prescribed for everything from headaches to depression. You'd go in with a sore throat and leave with a bottle of laudanum and a vague sense of doom. People trusted their doctors, not because of their cleanliness, but because of their presence. They showed up. They touched your forehead. They muttered Latin phrases and told your family you'd be fine, even when you wouldn't be. It was ritual more than science, and it kept society afloat. Barely. You walk on, passing a mother standing outside her doorway. She holds her baby tight. The child is pale, eyes rimmed with fever. A doctor's carriage pulls away, clattering down the road. She looks after it, not with hope, but resignation. In this world, seeing a doctor was as much a gamble as an illness. But sometimes, you had no other choice. And so the people endured. Wounds were washed in ale. Coughs were soothed with honey and hope. Broken bones were wrapped with sticks and strips of old curtains. And every so often, someone survived. Because despite the filth, the germs, and the mistakes, the human body is stubborn, resilient, determined to keep going, even when everything around it is telling it to stop. The streets narrow now. Houses huddle closer together, and you begin to hear it, that high-pitched wail, sharp as a knife in the night air. A baby crying, not a gentle fussing, but the kind of cry that rattles in your chest. You round a corner and see her, a woman, young and exhausted, standing beside a pram that looks more like a wooden crate than anything meant for comfort. She bounces the baby awkwardly, whispering something too soft to hear. It doesn't help. Welcome to the world of Victorian childhood, where hygiene wasn't just lacking, it was often dangerously misunderstood. Babies in this era were born into an environment that was, by today's standards, actively hostile. Many came into the world on straw mattresses, surrounded by unwashed linens and unsterilized tools. Mothers gave birth in bedrooms with soot-streaked walls, and midwives who worked by candlelight, sometimes using scissors that had cut fabric that morning. Or worse, butchered a chicken the day before. From the very first breath, the odds were against you. Infant mortality was staggering. In some parts of Victorian London, over 1 in 3 children died before their 5th birthday. And it wasn't some specific super disease that got them. It was everything. Tainted milk, dirty hands, unwashed feeding bottles, damp cribs, and parents who simply didn't know any better. Historians still argue whether poverty or ignorance played the larger role. But in truth, they were inseparable. Let's begin with diapers, or the lack thereof. Most babies were swaddled tightly in layers of cloth, often left unchanged for hours or days. Urine and feces soaked through linen wraps, turning warm bundles into portable petri dishes. It was believed that swaddling helped bones grow straight, so infants were bound tightly, arms pinned to their sides, unable to move. This wasn't cuddly. It was rigid, restrictive, and damp. Cloth nappies were reused again and again, washed only when absolutely necessary, hung to dry in the polluted air, and sometimes rubbed with vinegar or camphor to disinfect them. The smell in a Victorian nursery wasn't the powdery sweetness we imagine. It was acrid, sour, and constant. And speaking of powder, baby powder existed, yes, but it wasn't always safe. Some powders contained lead or chalk. Talc-based varieties did help a bit with moisture, but they weren't foolproof. Babies still developed rashes, sores, and infections in the folds of their skin, especially during hot summers when ventilation was non-existent. Bathing a baby was a nerve-wracking ordeal. Water was rarely warm enough. Soap stung. Infants were often dunked quickly, more rinsed than washed, and dried off with coarse cloths. Some mothers believed that cold water toughened babies, so a shrieking newborn plunged into frigid wash basins was considered a sign of good parenting. You know, character building. And then there was feeding. Breastfeeding was common among the poor, out of necessity, not choice. But many wealthy women turned to wet nurses, sometimes hired from orphanages or workhouses. These women often nursed multiple babies and weren't always healthy themselves. If breast milk wasn't available, cow's milk was used, boiled, hopefully, and poured into feeding bottles that looked more like glass pipes or ceramic flasks. The problem? They were nearly impossible to clean. Milk residue built up quickly, turning into a bacterial buffet. Some feeding bottles became so notorious for causing disease that they earned a nickname, murder bottles. Even once a baby survived infancy, hygiene remained a minefield. Toddlers crawled across soot-streaked floors, put coal dust in their mouths, and gnawed on wooden toys that had been handled by a dozen grubby siblings. Baths were infrequent, and when they happened, soap often ended up in their eyes, earning baths a reputation for trauma rather than fun. Clothing was passed down until it disintegrated. Shirts were stained, socks mismatched, and boots too big or too small, but always worn. Children rarely had the luxury of clean clothes. They wore what they had, and if that meant yesterday's shirt still crusted with porridge, so be it. Schools, when attended, were no better. In crowded classrooms, lice thrived. Children scratched constantly. Teachers kept vinegar-soaked rags to wipe down heads, or used fine-tooth combs to sweep through hair, sometimes mid-lesson. It wasn't considered odd, Just Tuesday. A quirky tidbit? Some schools handed out head tickets, a sort of lice-free certificate for children who passed inspection. It was a badge of honor, even if it only lasted a day. But even amid the grime, Victorian parents cared. They were doing their best in a world that hadn't yet caught up with germ theory. Mothers sang lullabies, rocked babies gently in their arms, rubbed goose grease on tiny chests to fight coughs, and prayed over each child every night, because they knew deeply, that not all of them would see morning. You walk now past a window where a small boy leans on the sill, sticky fingers pressed to the glass. His nose is running. He waves at you. You wave back. Behind him, you see a cradle, wooden, worn, and lined with old fabric. There's a rattle on the floor, a chipped bowl on the table, and a cat curled beside the hearth. And you feel it, a quiet, stubborn love, the kind that persists even when everything is damp and dangerous, the kind that says, "We'll try again tomorrow." Because that was the real miracle of Victorian childhood, not the survival, not the odds-defying milestones, not the rare, sweet moments of laughter. No, the miracle was that, despite it all, children still played, still smiled, still dreamed. Even if they itched the entire time. You're nearing the city center now, and something changes, not in the air, which still smells of soot and mystery puddles, but underfoot. The cobblestones grow slick, even slimy, and the ground feels uneven. You glance down just in time to avoid stepping into a heaping pile of something steaming and disturbingly shaped like a horse's opinion about your boots. This is the Victorian Street, a place where hygiene went to die. Let's begin with the obvious. Manure. So much manure. Horses were the engines of the Victorian world. They pulled omnibuses, carriages, delivery carts, and funeral wagons. A single London street could see thousands of horses in a day. And each horse? About 20 to 30 pounds of dung. Daily. Now multiply that by all the horses in the city. Tens of thousands. You begin to understand why some neighborhoods were ankle-deep in animal waste before breakfast. And the streets weren't built to handle it. Narrow, uneven, and lacking proper drainage. They funneled filth into corners and crevices where it festered like a stew. Historians still argue whether Victorian city planners truly underestimated the scale of the manure problem, or simply had no other options. Either way, by the 1860s, London, New York, and Paris were all in danger of being buried in dung. A quirky tidbit: this led to the first International Urban Planning Conference in 1898. The top issue on the agenda? The manure crisis. Experts predicted that by 1950, cities would be entirely submerged. Spoiler alert, the automobile arrived just in time to ruin the planet in a different way. But manure was only the beginning. Victorian streets were multi-sensory assaults: dead cats, rotting food, fish guts, shattered glass, cigar butts, and overflowing chamber pot waste were just as common as cobblestones. People tossed everything out the window. Banana peels didn't just cause slapstick falls. They were deadly. Newspapers reported pedestrians cracking their skulls on curbs more often than you'd think. Footwear didn't stand a chance. Most boots were made of thin leather, poorly stitched, and rarely waterproof. Stepping into a puddle could mean hours of cold, wet socks squelching inside your shoes, and an open invitation for trench foot, athlete's foot, or a charming new fungus previously only known to mushrooms. Ladies, of course, had it worse. With long skirts trailing through the muck, they essentially became human mops. The bottom third of every dress was a biohazard zone, soaking up everything the street had to offer. You could identify someone's neighborhood by what clung to her hemline. To combat this, some women took to picking up their skirts with special clips or pins. Others wore shorter petticoats beneath, so only the sacrificial layer got ruined. Some just accepted the grime and hoped the smell would fade by tea time. Street cleaning existed, but in name only. Municipal sweepers, sometimes called scavengers, pushed carts and dragged brooms made of old twigs or straw. Their job? To redistribute the filth more artistically. If they were efficient, you got a tidy pile of manure next to your front door. If they were lazy, it simply fermented where it landed. And when it rained? Oh, then the fun really began. All that surface filth turned into a thick, greasy soup that rushed down the roads, sweeping refuse into drains, which promptly clogged. The resulting floods were not romantic or charming. They were black. They were chunky. They were contagious. Children splashed in these puddles. Dogs rolled in them. Rats surfed on discarded apples. And the smell. My God, the smell. Even the Victorians couldn't ignore it. They burned tar, sulfur, even gunpowder to try to mask it. Street vendors waved incense. Churches held special services to pray for a strong breeze. And Parliament? They soaked their drapes in lime water and debated while breathing through handkerchiefs. And yet, life carried on. Vendors sold oysters and eels from wooden carts parked beside dead pigeons. Butchers hung meat in open windows, where flies gathered like gossipy dinner guests. Children played hopscotch beside heaps of dung. Lovers strolled, hand in hand, beneath gas lamps slick with soot. People adapted. One woman wore wooden soles strapped under her shoes, like mini stilts, to rise above the filth. A man fashioned boot umbrellas out of oiled canvas. Another simply stuffed newspaper inside his socks and hoped for the best. Victorian innovation was born not of science, but of desperation. A fringe market even sprang up for street boots, cheap footwear designed to be ruined. You wore them over your real shoes and discarded them at the door. Fashionable and disgusting, all at once. And we haven't even mentioned the smell of the horses themselves. Wet hide, sweaty flanks, oozing saddle sores. Their breath, their dribble, their flatulence. A horse passing by could render your lunch inedible. But no one said anything. You just turned slightly, lifted your scarf, and prayed for mercy. One more visual for you. A man walking ahead slips, falls flat, and lands in something that moves. You don't stop to help. He waves you on. Happens 3 times a week, he mutters. You believe him. And so, you quicken your pace, avoiding dark patches and shiny puddles, stepping gingerly like a dancer across a stage of rot. You pass a cart selling bread, another peddling used boots, another offering fresh oysters that you would not trust if your life depended on it. Spoiler, it does. But somehow, this filth became background noise. People found beauty in it. A rainbow in a puddle of oil. A child's laugh rising over the sound of hooves. A street musician playing a violin next to a crate of pickled fish. Because that's what humans do. We carry on. Even ankle deep in manure. Your boots are stained now. Something dark. Unidentifiable. and best not sniffed. And as you trudge away from the market stalls, a new smell wafts through the city's curtain of grime. It's sharp, smoky, and vaguely herbal. You follow it like a breadcrumb trail and find yourself standing outside a small stone building, its windows fogged with steam, its doorway open just enough to let out the sound of splashing water and the unmistakable rhythm of human groaning. You've arrived on laundry day, not yours, thank heavens, but someone else's, a full-scale, back-breaking, knuckle-bleeding operation that, in the Victorian world, required strength, stamina, and the mental resolve of a battlefield commander. Let's set the stage. Laundry in this era was no minor task. There were no washing machines, no detergent pods, and no casual midweek refresh. For most families, laundry was an event, a once every 2 weeks, or even once a month ordeal that dominated entire days, or weeks, or generations. In a working-class home, wash day began before dawn. A copper boiler, essentially a metal cauldron, was filled with water, hauled bucket by bucket, and heated over an open fire until it hissed like a kettle from hell. If you were lucky, you had soap. If you were less lucky, you had lye soap, which cleaned efficiently, but also stripped your skin like wallpaper in a damp house. Clothes were soaked, scrubbed on metal washboards, rubbing your fingers raw in the process, boiled, and then rinsed, twice, maybe 3 times if the water supply allowed. Afterward, they were wrung out by hand, twisting and twisting until your shoulders burned and your palms ached. Then came the hanging, over lines stretched across cramped yards, public courtyards, or indoors across rafters, where wet underclothes dripped onto unsuspecting guests. Historians still argue whether laundry duties fell entirely on women or were occasionally shared by men. Technically, laundry was considered women's work, but in reality, anyone with 2 arms and low status got roped in. Children were assigned sock duty, teenagers tackled bed sheets, grandmothers supervised with a frown and a bar of soap in hand. And let's talk about the soap itself. Many households made their own. The ingredients: rendered animal fat, wood ash, and elbow grease. It was pungent, flaky, and, if not cured properly, could burn your skin. Clothes often came out cleaner, but rougher, infused with the aroma of barnyard chemistry. A quirky tidbit: some Victorians added bluing agents, tiny bits of ultramarine pigment, to give yellowed whites a faintly bluish tint, which the human eye interprets as cleaner. It didn't make the fabric any cleaner, but it looked better. And perception was everything. If you had money and didn't mind your clothes coming back with someone else's initials stitched in, there were commercial laundries. These places operated like factory floors, with steaming rooms full of cauldrons, irons, and women working in 40-degree heat. Clothes were marked with tags, sometimes just chalked on numbers, washed in communal vats, and ironed flat with cast iron monstrosities heated directly over coals. Burns were common. So were tears, missing buttons, and mix-ups. You might send out a frilly blouse and get back a pair of men's drawers 3 sizes too big. Ironing, by the way, was a feat in itself. There were no electric irons. You heated heavy metal blocks on a stove and swapped them out as they cooled. Some homes used charcoal irons, which held burning coals inside. A clever idea until you scorched a hole straight through your dress. And ironing wasn't just for vanity. Creased clothing was seen as slovenly, a sign that you were morally untidy. Smooth clothes meant self-respect, even if you'd been sweating over a stove for 5 hours to get there. Starch was everywhere. Shirts could stand on their own, collars sliced into necks like paper. Petticoats rustled with military stiffness. Walking down the street in starched clothing wasn't comfortable. It was a combat sport. Of course, not everything got washed. Wool coats were rarely cleaned. Delicate lace might be spot washed with gin or vinegar. And anything truly precious? You simply aired it out and hoped for the best. Some women added lavender, rosemary, or camphor to their rinse water, not just for scent, but to repel moths and insects. A dried bouquet might be hung in the wardrobe as a kind of olfactory armor. Still, clothing often emerged from drawers musty, tinged with the breath of forgotten winters. For the working poor, the best-case scenario was sending laundry out, but not to a business, to a washerwoman. These women, underpaid, overworked, and mostly invisible, hauled tubs of laundry up and down staircases, boiled water in borrowed kettles, and returned clothes days later smelling slightly better and feeling like sandpaper. Their homes, constantly damp. Their skin, bleached and blistered. Their lungs, filled with steam and lye. But they kept the city dressed, one scorched hem at a time. You pass one now, trudging down the alley with a wicker basket on her hip, steam rising from her forehead. Her fingers are red, her boots waterlogged, but she walks with purpose, because clean clothes mean something, even in a filthy world. Even today, some bathhouses offer laundry services, one-stop hygiene stations. You walk past a metal tub filled with socks, shirts, and a single corset soaking like a wounded animal. The water is gray, the soap floating like an iceberg, and in that moment, the smell of clean laundry, soap, steam, something vaguely lemony, cuts through the city's rot like a miracle. It's fleeting, it's imperfect, but it's there. Because laundry wasn't just about removing dirt. It was a ritual, a prayer, a scrubbed offering to the gods of respectability. In a world of grit and manure, of lice and sweat, clean laundry was hope made tangible. You leave the scent of soap and steam behind, but not the feeling of unease. Your skin itches again, not metaphorically this time. No, this itch feels suspiciously alive. You glance around. A man on a bench scratches the back of his neck. A woman near the lamp post runs her fingers through her hair with a little too much urgency. And a child across the street is hopping in place, swatting at invisible enemies on her ankles. You've entered the invisible jungle of Victorian parasites, lice, fleas, bedbugs, ringworm. Uninvited guests were a fact of life in every home, from the drafty boarding houses to the ivy-covered manors. Even the elite, powdered and perfumed as they were, scratched under their collars when no one was looking. Cleanliness didn't save you. Class didn't matter. And wealth might buy you distraction, but rarely immunity. Let's begin with lice, specifically head lice, which took up permanent residence in the scalps of children and adults alike. Combs were passed down like heirlooms, and so were the infestations. School teachers kept metal lice combs on hand and occasionally stopped lessons mid-math to tackle a particularly stubborn scalp. Historians still argue whether head coverings like bonnets and caps helped prevent lice or just provided them with excellent real estate. Likely both. You see, lice prefer warmth and darkness, and a well-worn hat or tight updo was basically beachfront property. It's no coincidence that Victorians were obsessed with brushing their hair 100 times a night, not for beauty, but in desperate hopes of dislodging the enemy. And then there were body lice. These lurked in the seams of clothing, especially undergarments and thick woolen coats. They burrowed into fabric, laid eggs, and feasted on your flesh while you walked to work or dozed by the fire. The term feeling crawly was more than a metaphor. It was a lifestyle. If you noticed the itching, you might strip off your shirt, shake it over the hearth, and watch as tiny specks dropped into the flames. If you were very unlucky, they jumped instead. Enter the flea, smaller, faster, and just as hungry. Fleas came in with the rats and dogs, the cats and goats, the pigs in the alley, and the horse you rode into town. They loved bedding. They loved socks. They adored your ankles. A quirky tidbit: Victorian flea circuses were actual attractions. Performers trained live fleas to push carts and spin wheels using fine wires. Children giggled, adults clapped, and then went home with fresh bites on their wrists. Bed bugs were worse. You might feel one crawling on you at night, or you might not, until the morning. Their bites appeared in tight little rows called breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Mattresses were rarely cleaned. Many were stuffed with horsehair, straw, or rags, all perfect habitats for parasites. You didn't just sleep with the enemy, you fed it. Even the aristocracy couldn't escape. Gilded four-poster beds with velvet drapes harbored tiny armies beneath their elegance. Maids might try to burn the bugs out with hot pokers, or pour boiling water down the seams. But the truth? The bugs were winning. To fight back, people got creative. Camphor, vinegar, soot, crushed herbs, and kerosene were applied to scalps and cuffs. Some rubbed onions on their skin before bed. Others sewed tobacco leaves into their collars. These remedies were only partially effective, and they all smelled worse than the bugs themselves. Ringworm, a fungal infection that causes scaly patches on the skin or scalp, was common among children. It spread quickly, especially in crowded households, and left behind bald spots that sometimes never fully grew back. Some boys wore hats not for style, but to hide the aftermath. Then there was scabies, another itch-inducing horror, caused by microscopic mites that burrowed into the skin. It was nicknamed the 7-year itch, though most sufferers didn't last that long before tearing their skin raw. In crowded tenements, the infestation was constant. You might wake up itching, scratch through breakfast, and try to ignore it during work. Eventually, you stopped noticing. The discomfort faded into the background, like the soot, like the smell, like the noise. Still, people fought back. Public health campaigns urged frequent laundering of clothes, airing out of beds, and hair inspections. Pamphlets showed diagrams of proper enite combing and safe laundering techniques. But when water was scarce, soap expensive, and time even rarer, most advice went unheeded. Even priests preached against lice. One famous tract declared that the Lord favors the clean, for they walk not with the louse. The problem? Everyone did walk with the louse, including the priest. And yet, the parasites were so common that people built rituals around them. Mothers whispered songs while picking through their daughters' hair. Lovers helped delouse each other in candlelight. Soldiers in the Crimean War nicknamed lice chats and spent hours chatting while removing them. Hence the modern term chit-chat. You pass a laundress now, sitting in a doorway with her blouse open at the neck. She's rubbing a vinegar-soaked rag behind her ears. A boy beside her is scratching his arms rhythmically, humming as he itches. A shared, silent understanding passes between them, like two people waiting out a storm they know will return next week. This wasn't failure. It wasn't filth. It was just life. Parasites were part of the ecosystem, like rats in fog. No one welcomed them, but no one was shocked. You might kill a few. You might burn a mattress or shave your head. But next month, they'd be back. So people carried on. They brushed, they picked, they soaked, they scratched until it bled. And if anyone complained too loudly, someone would joke, well, at least they're not charging rent. And you know what? That helped. Because if you can't beat the bugs, at least you can laugh while they feast. You duck into a narrow side street now, hoping for a moment's peace from the constant sensory assault of Victorian life. But instead, you stumble into something altogether different. A woman sitting at a vanity table beneath a cracked window, dabbing white powder onto her cheeks. Her skin glows unnaturally, almost ghostly. You blink. Is she sick? No. She's fashionable. Victorian beauty routines weren't about health. They were about illusion. And sometimes, poison. The ideal woman of the time was pale, delicate, and nearly translucent. A face untouched by sun or blemish. Why? Because tan skin meant you worked outside, and that was for laborers, not ladies. So upper-class women, many of whom never lifted more than a teacup, went to painstaking, painful lengths to appear like fragile porcelain. Let's start with the face. Whitening powders were the go-to beauty staple, often made with lead, arsenic, or mercury. Yes, actual poison. These weren't trace amounts. Women smeared their cheeks with concoctions that slowly burned their skin, caused neurological damage, and sometimes, ironically, made their teeth fall out. But hey, the glow was divine. Historians still argue whether women truly understood the dangers of these products or simply ignored them. Advertisements claimed the powders were refining, complexion perfecting, and delicately bleaching. And what were a few headaches or mouth ulcers in the name of social status? A quirky tidbit. One popular product was called Dr. Campbell's Safe Arsenic Complexion Wafers. Yes, you read that correctly. They were little edible discs of arsenic designed to give you that snowdrop glow. One wafer with your tea, and voila. Your internal organs weep, but your face? Radiant. Women were advised to avoid smiling too much, lest it cause wrinkles. Too much emotion disfigures the face, warned one etiquette guide. So ladies learned to school their expressions. Soft, serene, unreadable. Behind every beautiful mask was a woman trying not to sneeze, lest her nose crinkle and betray her age. And the eyes? Oh, they were a battlefield. Enlarged pupils were seen as desirable, so some women dripped belladonna extract into their eyes, a natural poison that temporarily dilated pupils. It also blurred vision, caused sensitivity to light, and sometimes resulted in permanent blindness. But worth it, for that dewy-eyed, always about to faint look. For lashes and brows, women used soot mixed with oil, applied delicately with toothpicks or handmade brushes. There was no waterproof mascara. If you cried, it ran. If you scratched, it smudged. And if you rubbed your eyes too hard, you might get an infection that left you looking like you'd survived a fist fight with a chimney sweep. Lips, by contrast, were meant to look barely touched. A natural flush could be achieved by biting them, pinching them, or, if that failed, applying a touch of carmine, a red pigment derived from crushed insects. Yes, literal bugs. And you thought your lipstick had weird ingredients. Teeth, as we've established, were often in shambles, so women rarely smiled. But if they did, they might use powdered chalk or even rub their teeth with vinegar-soaked cloths to appear brighter. Though this eroded enamel and, in time, made the situation much worse. Hair, meanwhile, had its own elaborate rituals. Many women oiled their hair with bear grease or scented waxes, then curled it using heated irons, sometimes actual tongs from the fireplace. Singed hair was common. So was setting your bonnet on fire if you leaned too close to a candle. Blondes were idealized in many circles. So some women lightened their hair with a mix of lemon juice and sunlight. Or worse, hydrogen peroxide in its very early, very inconsistent form. Hair turned brassy, brittle, or patchy. Wigs were worn to cover the damage, often made from the hair of the dead. More on that in the next section. Even nails weren't safe. Buffing with pumice stones, polishing with red oil, or filing with actual knives was normal. Nail polish as we know it didn't exist, so women tinted their nails with berry juice or stained them subtly with henna. And skin blemishes? Covered not with concealer, but with mouches, tiny velvet or silk patches in decorative shapes like stars or moons. Originally popular in the 18th century, they made a comeback among Victorian actresses and courtesans. A beauty mark over your cheek? Stylish. Over your lip? Scandalous. Over a syphilitic sore? Absolutely plausible. Men, of course, weren't immune to the beauty madness. They dyed their mustaches, used Macassar oil obsessively, hence all those anti-macassars on chairs, and whitened their hands with cold cream to appear less labor-worn. And yet, amid all the arsenic wafers and belladonna drops, the strangest part was this. People genuinely believed they were improving themselves, becoming refined, civilized, better. The irony? All these routines often made people look sick, pale, faint, unblinking, slow-moving, and emotionally muted. But in Victorian society, that was the ideal. You weren't meant to glow with health. You were meant to glide like a ghost, untouched by labor, sunlight, or the needs of the body. You pass a beauty shop now, its window full of bottles and jars. Names like Madame Lysander's Complexion Creme and Lilac Dew Revitalizing Wash. A woman inside dabs cream on her temple, nods at her reflection, and doesn't notice the red rash forming beneath the powder. Because that's the cost of beauty here. A slow, quiet rot beneath a flawless surface. And as you keep walking, your own reflection flickers in a puddle, tired, dirty, alive, and oddly, that feels more beautiful than anything on a perfumed shelf. The city breathes around you now, ragged, grimy, but somehow still standing. You follow a narrow lane flanked by dressmakers and wig shops, where the windows display cascading curls pinned onto faceless heads, blonde ringlets, raven black braids, even powdered white buns, all elegant, all uncanny. You pause, peering through the glass. A placard reads, "Real human hair, finest continental quality," and your stomach turns, because in the Victorian world, Wigs and hairpieces weren't just fashion. They were an industry built on the dead. Victorians were obsessed with hair. It was the one part of the body they considered both sacred and sensual, a marker of femininity, health, and even morality. A thick head of hair meant you were thriving. And for women, long, untouched hair was a symbol of purity and devotion. No wonder they kept it forever. Let's begin with the living. Hair was rarely cut, especially for women. Girls might grow their hair from childhood and only trim it when it became unmanageable. And when hair was cut, it wasn't thrown away. It was saved, collected in little boxes, turned into art, woven into bracelets, brooches, even framed portraits. Yes, hair portraits, like family silhouettes made of your loved one's carefully glued follicles. But the real business was in wigs and hairpieces. Women used switches, clip-in sections, rats, padding made from real hair, and falls, partial wigs, to fluff up their style or mask thinning patches. Fashion demanded volume, high buns, wide side rolls, intricately braided updos, and you couldn't do all that with your natural hair alone. So you went to the wig maker. Where did they get the hair? Sometimes from salons. Poor women would sell their locks for pennies. But the bulk of the trade came from the dead. Historians still argue whether the practice was widely accepted or quietly ignored. But morgue workers, hospital attendants, and even grave robbers participated in the harvest. Hair was cut from corpses, washed, sorted, and sold in bundles to wig makers, who then crafted elaborate pieces for the living. A quirky tidbit. In some rural communities, women would voluntarily donate hair to churches as a tithe. That hair was then sold to city wig makers to fund parish repairs. So the ceiling of your church might have been paid for by someone's curls. The finest hair came from young women in rural parts of France, Italy, or Eastern Europe, places where long, untouched locks were still common. Agents, sometimes called hair merchants, traveled door to door, offering coins in exchange for hair. The best locks were chestnut brown, unprocessed, and thick. The hair was graded, bundled, and tagged like produce. Of course, not all buyers were picky. Some hair arrived matted, crawling with lice, or clotted with dried blood. No matter. It was boiled, soaked in ammonia or lye, combed, and curled into beauty. By the time it made it to the shop window, no one asked where it came from. You just wanted the ringlets to match your gown. And it wasn't just women. Men who were balding might buy toupees made from similar sources. Some even wore mourning wigs, dark styles worn during a period of bereavement to match black suits. Irony, perhaps, if the wig itself came from a cadaver. Hairpieces were secured with pins, combs, and, if needed, wire frames. They were heavy, stiff, and sometimes painful. On hot days, women fainted under their weight. On windy days, pieces blew away like tumbleweeds. There are documented cases of wigs landing in soup tureens during dinner or tumbling onto a dance floor mid-waltz. Wig maintenance was its own art. Hair had to be washed gently with soapwort or egg yolk, dried near a stove, and brushed with boar bristles. Comb too hard, and you might pull out a section and learn a bit too much about your hairstyle's origins. Victorians also cherished hair jewelry, locks encased in lockets or braided into intricate bracelets. These pieces weren't just mementos, they were mourning tokens. When a loved one died, a snippet of their hair was saved and worked into delicate designs by specialized artisans. Some families even commissioned elaborate mourning wreaths, large wall hangings made entirely of hair from multiple deceased relatives. Imagine explaining that to your guests. One well-known example? Queen Victoria herself wore a locket containing Prince Albert's hair for decades after his death. Her grief became fashion, and soon, every household with a bit of sentiment and access to scissors followed suit. And yet, not all hairpieces were noble. In poor neighborhoods, fraud was common. Street vendors sold synthetic wigs made of horsehair or even painted straw. Some offered miracle tonics to grow hair back, usually colored water and alcohol. Ads claimed these elixirs were endorsed by royalty. Most were made in back rooms with ingredients that probably doubled as floor polish. One popular treatment involved burning sulfur matches beneath the scalp, then wrapping the head in a warm cloth to stimulate growth. It didn't, but it did burn. Baldness, for men, was both mocked and feared. It signaled weakness, aging, or worse, moral decay. Remedies included scalp massages, mustard plasters, and sleeping upside down to encourage blood flow. None of it worked, but they kept trying. You walk past a man now, proudly stroking his mustache, while a gust of wind lifts the back of his toupee. He doesn't notice. His wife smooths it down without comment. They've done this before. Because in the Victorian world, hair wasn't just vanity. It was memory. It was mourning. It was a bridge between the living and the dead. And whether you wore a switch of your aunt's hair to a wedding or sold your own locks to feed your children, it was never just hair. It was history, tied up in a bow. You head east now, toward the industrial districts, and as you cross under a railway bridge, the smell hits you like a brick wall. Smoke, tar, coal, and something vaguely chemical. The air tastes dirty, not metaphorically, literally. You feel it coat the inside of your throat like soot-dusted velvet. Your eyes sting. Your lips crack. This is Victorian domestic air quality, and it was often worse inside the home than out. Everyone thinks of the thick London fog, that ghostly blanket that swallowed entire streets. But let's be clear, that wasn't fog. It was smog, a dense mix of smoke and moisture created by millions of fireplaces, factory chimneys, and gas lamps. And it didn't politely wait outside. It came inside with you. At the heart of it all was coal, the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution and the lungs' worst enemy. Coal heated homes, powered kitchens, and fueled every aspect of life. But it also filled the air with particulates, sulfur, and soot. The average home, especially in cities like Manchester or Birmingham, had at least one coal-burning fireplace, usually more. These hearths were cozy, yes, but they belched out plumes of black smoke, coating walls, curtains, and lungs in equal measure. You step into a small sitting room now, lit by a gas lamp sputtering gently in the corner. The wallpaper, once floral, is now stained brown around the ceiling. The windows are coated in grime. The drapes, once cream, are a permanent shade of ash gray, and everything smells warm, but wrong. Historians still argue whether families fully understood the health risks of indoor air pollution. Some likely didn't. Others simply had no choice. Wood was scarce and expensive. Gas lighting flickered dangerously. Coal was cheap and constant. A quirky tidbit: women often used bread to clean soot off walls. That's right, stale bread, rubbed in circular motions to lift the grime. Others used onions, potatoes, or vinegar rags. Nothing really worked. The soot came back. Always. Children in these homes grew up coughing. Soot settled on their toys. Their lungs darkened before their first birthday. The Victorian rosy-cheeked child was often a child with a low-grade fever and smoke irritation. Breathing issues were so common, they had their own language. Weak chest, nervous cough, consumption of the lungs. And yet, fireplaces weren't the only threat. Let's talk about gas lamps. Illuminating your home with gaslight was a modern marvel. No more candles, no more smoky oil lamps. But it came at a cost. Gaslight produced carbon monoxide, and in poorly ventilated homes, that meant headaches, dizziness, and sometimes unconsciousness. The long-term effects? Almost certainly worse. Families developed gas headaches, accepted as part of nightly routine. You lit the lamp, sat by it with your mending, and if you started to feel woozy, you just opened a window, if it wasn't frozen shut, and pushed through. Then there were the chimneys, or rather, the people inside them. Chimney sweeps, often young boys, were sent into narrow flues to scrape away the soot with wire brushes and their own elbows. These children, some as young as 6, inhaled massive amounts of dust, endured burns, and occasionally got stuck. Some died from suffocation or falls. Others lived long enough to develop soot wart, a form of scrotal cancer caused by prolonged exposure to chimney tar. You pass a row of chimneys now. Smoke curls from each like a funeral veil. Behind the walls, families sit around hearths, coughing softly, passing tea and biscuits through the haze. The wealthy had servants to stoke and clean their fires, to polish the grates and scrub the hearth. But they also had more fires. Every room had a hearth, and every hearth filled the house with invisible poison. Guests were offered cologne-soaked handkerchiefs, not just for etiquette, but to mask the odor. In poorer homes, people shared warmth by huddling together in single-room flats. They closed windows tight to trap heat, and with it, every bit of smoke, gas, and breath. In these tight quarters, respiratory illness spread quickly. Tuberculosis, bronchitis, pneumonia, common as colds. Even laundry suffered. Hanging clothes indoors meant they absorbed soot as they dried. White shirts came out yellowed. Undergarments smelled like fireplaces. But there was no alternative. Outside, rain and coal dust were worse. Many households developed elaborate routines, lighting the fire at a certain hour, opening the flue just enough to reduce smoke, stuffing rags in window cracks to block drafts. They adapted. They survived. But they also marinated in their own fumes. Women, especially, bore the brunt. They cooked over coal stoves, washed by boiling water over coal flames, and sat closest to the hearth for sewing and reading. They inhaled the most, and it showed. Premature aging, chronic coughs, skin irritated by smoke and dry heat. And what about furniture? Coal smoke destroyed it. Upholstery turned gray, paint peeled, mirrors dulled. Entire industries sprang up to supply soot-proof varnishes, curtain covers, and mantelpiece cloths designed to catch ash. You pass a second-hand shop now. Everything in the window, chairs, cushions, a child's wooden toy, has that same dull film. You wonder how many lungs it passed through before it landed here. There were some solutions: charcoal filters, ventilation systems, plants, but none were widespread. Most families simply endured. They coughed. They wiped the window panes. They prayed for wind. And when the great smog of 1952 finally killed thousands in a matter of days, it wasn't a surprise. It was the final chapter of a story that began a century earlier. In every fireplace, every lamplit parlor, every stove-warmed nursery, because the Victorian home, for all its lace and gentility, was not a sanctuary from the filth outside. It was the source. And still, families gathered around the hearth at night. They read stories. They drank tea. They fell asleep in chairs, while soot settled quietly on their shoulders like snow. Because that's what humans do. We choke. We adapt. And we keep calling it comfort. You veer away from the soot-stained homes now, toward a quieter street. Here, the fog seems thinner, not gone, but diluted by distance. And yet, as you pass rows of tidy brick townhouses with polished knockers and lace-curtained windows, a strange irony emerges. The cleaner things look, the dirtier they may be. Because in Victorian England, cleanliness was less about soap and more about soul. This was a society obsessed with moral hygiene. The idea that spiritual and moral purity were far more important than bodily cleanliness. A well-dressed man could stink to high heaven, but as long as his collar was starched and his manners rigid, he was considered virtuous. A woman could be reeking under her corset, but if her voice was soft and her eyes cast downward, she was a paragon of grace. The message was clear. Wash your sins, not your skin. This belief trickled down into every corner of Victorian life. Soap ads emphasized virtue more than freshness. Products like Pear's soap didn't just promise cleanliness, they promised character. Cleanliness is next to godliness, they preached, conveniently skipping the part about water temperature and lice. Historians still argue whether this was a strategic marketing shift or a genuine societal delusion, but either way, it stuck. The emphasis was on appearances, not health. A polished boot covered in manure was still more respectable than a barefoot child who'd just bathed in the river. A quirky detail. In many schools, moral instruction was part of the hygiene curriculum. Students were taught that laziness led to filth, that vanity was a sin, and that overwashing was suspicious, linked to indulgence or flirtation. A girl who spent too long grooming might be accused of having ideas. About what? No one would say. But it was scandalous. And then there was the idea of the deserving poor. The notion that some people were filthy because of circumstances, while others were filthy because of character flaws. This distinction was arbitrary and brutal. Charity organizations often inspected a household before offering assistance. If a woman's floor was dirty, her children unkempt, or her laundry unattended, she might be denied coal or bread on the grounds that she was idle or unfit. Never mind that water was rationed, soap was unaffordable, and her husband had taken the only bucket. Workhouses, too, used cleanliness as control. New arrivals were bathed, not to protect health, but to strip away identity. Their clothes were burned, their hair sometimes shaved. The message was simple. Filth was a moral failing, and your redemption began with submission. Religious tracts reinforced this message. Ministers spoke of inner purity, of washing away sin, of the foulness of the soul. And yes, they sometimes meant literal soap, but more often, they were warning against impure thoughts, improper friends, and unmarried laughter. You pass a church now. On the steps, a boy sells newspapers. His fingernails are black, his shirt torn, but he stands straight. Inside, a wealthy woman kneels in silent prayer, her gloves white as bone. Her perfume cannot quite mask the scent of her neglected underarms. Who, in this moment, is cleaner? The Victorians feared dirt? Yes, but not for what it did to the body. They feared what it represented: chaos, disorder, weakness. Dirt was a metaphor for everything uncivilized. Foreigners were described as unclean, rebels, radicals, and suffragettes were smeared, sometimes literally, with filth and political cartoons. Cleanliness became a cultural gatekeeper. To be dirty was to be dangerous. To wash was to conform. This logic reached its pinnacle in public policy. Urban renewal projects cleared out slums not to help the poor, but to make cities look cleaner. Entire neighborhoods were demolished in the name of sanitation, their residents displaced or institutionalized. Hospitals, schools, even prisons were designed with moral architecture: straight lines, white walls, minimal ornamentation, all in service of discipline. Even in death, cleanliness mattered. Mourning attire had to be immaculate. A widow could be refused social reentry if her dress was wrinkled. Funerals were judged by the polish on the hearse, the lace of the handkerchiefs, and the tidiness of the corpse. That's right. Corpse grooming was a real industry. Special soaps, powders, and hair tonics were sold for the recently deceased, not to preserve the body, just to make it presentable for the living. And what of the people who pushed back? They were mocked, laughed at, cast as eccentrics or radicals. A woman who refused to wear perfume? Frumpy. A man who washed his hands obsessively? Hysterical. A family that prioritized bodily hygiene over spiritual rigor? Clearly foreign, possibly French. You pass a small pamphlet shop now, its display case filled with titles like The Virtue of Modesty, How to Raise a Clean-Minded Child, and God's Soap is Sufficient. One flyer catches your eye: clean souls, not bathtubs. You snort. The irony is so thick, you could mop with it. And yet, buried beneath all the absurdity is a strange resilience. People who couldn't afford soap still tried. Children brushed their teeth with soot. Mothers boiled water late into the night to scrub collars. Not because of morality, not because of virtue, because they knew, instinctively, that real cleanliness wasn't about judgment. It was about care. So tonight, when you change into your pajamas and wash your face, do it not because it's expected, not because it's proper. Do it because it's kind. Because, in a world obsessed with appearances, you know the difference. The city is quiet now. Or perhaps your ears have simply grown numb to the clatter. Either way, as you walk this final stretch, the darkness feels less like a shroud and more like a sigh, a slow exhale after a long, filthy, relentless day. You pause on a bridge, looking out over the inky Thames. It gurgles softly below, thick with memory and things best left unnamed. This was a world that reeked of progress, not the polished, triumphant kind of progress we imagine now. No. Victorian progress had grime under its nails and smoke in its lungs. It staggered forward in iron boots, dragging generations behind it. Because with every leap in industry came a longer fall into filth. With every invention, a new consequence. The flush toilet flooded rivers. The gas lamp poisoned bedrooms. The new railways stirred up soot clouds so vast that people described them as black fogs that walked. And yet, they celebrated. They raised their glasses in smoky halls and toasted a future paved in steel. The Victorians believed they were living at the pinnacle of civilization. Their newspapers proclaimed it. Their parliaments passed laws to protect it. Their poets wrote sonnets to coal and empire. And maybe, in some way, they were right. They were building the future, just messily. It's easy to mock them now, to wince at the arsenic face cream, the chamber pots, the lice combs shared between siblings. But these were people doing their best with what they had. People trying to live dignified lives in undignified circumstances. Historians still argue whether the 19th century was a time of enlightenment or suffering, a great awakening or a great forgetting. It was probably both. The Victorians invented modern sanitation, but only after poisoning half their cities. They discovered germ theory, but resisted it for decades. They created public health boards while still tossing dead cats into alleyways. Progress here was never clean. It was built on the backs of washerwomen, chimney sweeps, sewer men, and coughing children, on the boiled linens and the broken backs, on the quiet, persistent hope that tomorrow would be cleaner, brighter, better. A quirky little milestone. In 1858, Parliament was forced to cancel sessions during the Great Stink because the smell from the Thames overwhelmed them, even through closed windows. That was the moment everything changed. Suddenly, the health of the poor wasn't just a pity. It was a political emergency. That crisis led to the construction of London's first real sewer system, designed by Joseph Bazalgette, whose name should be taught alongside Newton and Darwin. His brick tunnels still carry waste beneath London today. A man who, quite literally, saved a city by rerouting its filth. And it was just the beginning. Slowly, painfully, the Victorians cleaned their world. They passed laws, built bathhouses, mandated chimney sweeps be over the age of 8. They began to believe, not just in moral purity, but in actual purity of air, of water, of skin. It took time, too long, but they got there. And that's why you're here, on this bridge, in this moment, able to look back at a century soaked in soot and still find meaning. Because there's something deeply human about making a mess and trying to fix it. About stumbling through fog and finding fire. About bathing in cold water by candlelight because you believe life should feel better. As the wind picks up, you catch one last whiff of the city. Horse sweat, bread, coal dust, something faintly floral. 1,000 stories woven into a single scent. Not pleasant, but honest. You turn away from the river, heading home now, past the pubs and bathhouses, the wig shops and laundries, the ghosts of moralists and the laughter of chimney boys. And as your footsteps fade, so does the grime. Slowly, gently, like steam rising from a kettle left too long on the fire. So now, just breathe. You've walked long tonight, through sooty streets and perfumed parlors, past sickbeds and soap boxes. You've felt the weight of corsets and the sting of vinegar, traced your fingers along coal-dusted curtains and whispered with wig makers in the dark. It's time to let all that fade. The gas lamps are dimming now. The chimneys no longer puff. The bathhouse has gone quiet. Its echoes stilled. Even the street beneath your feet seems less eager to speak. Let it all go. Sink into the softness of your own time, your own clean sheets, your quiet room. Know that someone, 100 years ago, wished for this, for hot water on demand, for soap that doesn't sting, for pajamas that smell like lavender instead of smoke. And here you are. The lice are gone. The chamber pots have been retired. The soot wiped clean. Not because things got easier, but because people kept going, scrubbing, sweeping, stitching, dreaming. Let that comfort you. The idea that even in a world that stank of misery, people found ways to love, to laugh, to hold each other in the smoke. And now, it's your turn to rest. So close your eyes. Let the soot settle. Let the night be quiet. And may your dreams be clean. The bizarre rules of Victorian etiquette. We take a stroll through the dimly lit parlors and clinking teacups of Victorian England, where a misplaced glance or the wrong tilt of a hat could condemn you to social ruin. Imagine yourself in stiff shoes, corset, pinching your ribs, trying not to sneeze in a public drawing room for fear of appearing uncouth. The wallpaper is patterned. The air faintly smells of lavender and starch, and every word, every smile is measured. Because in this world, the worst thing you could be is improper. And that brings us to smiling. Now, you may think a gentle smile would be the friendliest thing in the world, right? But in polite Victorian society, baring your teeth in public was akin to scratching your behind at the opera. It simply wasn't done. A broad grin was associated with drunkenness, madness, or, heaven forbid, Americans. No offense. Respectable folk were expected to maintain a calm, almost bored expression at all times. A subtle twitch of the lips. Acceptable. But anything that risked exposing your molars? Oh dear. That might signal a lack of breeding. And if you laughed out loud in mixed company, you'd better start packing your bags for social Siberia. Historians still argue whether this restraint stemmed more from class signaling or the common dental disasters of the era. After all, many Victorians, especially among the upper crust, had, shall we say, interesting teeth, sugar, tobacco, and terrible hygiene made dental care a kind of dental dare. A toothless smile wasn't charming. It was tragic. But there's also the shadow of propriety. Smiling was linked to emotion, and emotion was meant to be hidden. The Victorians believed self-control reflected moral superiority. You were expected to be serene, measured, and, ideally, about as expressive as a taxidermied owl. Here's where it gets stranger. There was actually etiquette for how not to smile. A popular guide for young ladies warned against mirthful distortions of the mouth, and instead encouraged gentle placidity in public, because, clearly, the most charming woman is the one who resembles a very polite ghost. And what about photographs? Ever wonder why Victorians never smiled in those old sepia portraits? Sure, exposure times were longer, but that wasn't the whole story. Holding a grin for 30 seconds was hard, but holding your social dignity was harder. Smiling in a photo meant you were unserious, perhaps even frivolous, the kind of person who would drink punch before noon. Instead, people posed with solemn dignity, some even resting their chins on iron braces to hold still. Children were sometimes propped up with wooden backboards, and yet, somehow, no one ever blinked. Spooky, right? To be fair, there were exceptions. In private, among close friends, or within the home, laughter did happen. There are diary entries filled with giggling, practical jokes, and stories of dinner guests snorting wine from their noses. But these were sacred, intimate spaces. Public joy was an entirely different matter. It wasn't just about personal image, either. Victorian society valued the appearance of containment, of the self, the body, the voice. You were always on the edge of performance. Everything from posture to punctuation was curated. Smiling too wide was like knocking over the set piece in a very fragile play. Oddly enough, this lack of smiling didn't necessarily mean a lack of warmth. Many Victorian letters are overflowing with affection. Some were more expressive in ink than in person. Maybe they believed true feelings were best whispered, never shouted. Or maybe they just didn't want to be caught with spinach in their teeth. You'd have had to learn quickly, especially if you were a guest at someone's home. Imagine being offered tea, your host watching for signs of vulgarity. Do you slurp? Heavens, no. Do you grin too much? You monster. Do you sneeze into your gloves and smile to apologize? You might as well jump into the Thames and spare everyone. So, you train your face. You practice that perfect neutral expression in the mirror. You become a master of the pleasant lack of enthusiasm. And eventually, you learn the trick of showing delight not through your teeth, but through the very polite twinkle in your left eyebrow. Because in Victorian England, you weren't just dressing the part. You were wearing a mask made of manners. And the only acceptable way to show joy was to quietly not show it. You're standing in a lavish Victorian drawing room now. Walls flocked in deep green velvet, heavy curtains dimming the gaslight glow. And in your gloved hand, the deadliest weapon of all, a porcelain teacup. It's time to talk about one of the most quietly anxiety-inducing parts of Victorian etiquette, the angle of your saucer. You might think drinking tea was a calming pastime. Not quite. In high society, it was more like a ceremonial test of your upbringing, status, and hand-eye coordination. Every twitch of the wrist could signal your class, your values, and whether your mother had raised you properly, or if she'd shamefully let you develop continental habits. The horror. Let's start with the basics. Victorians took tea very seriously, so much so that entire etiquette manuals devoted entire chapters to proper teacup conduct. First rule, never loop your finger through the cup handle. Only barbarians, or worse, Americans, did that. You were meant to gently pinch it, like you'd just picked up a spider by mistake, but were too polite to scream. Then came the issue of saucer positioning. If you were seated in a formal parlor, your saucer stayed on the table. You lifted only the cup. But if you were standing, say, at a garden party or deathly awkward matchmaking soiree, you were allowed to lift both cup and saucer, so long as you held them at the exact correct height, mid-torso, never at your chest or your waist. This was, evidently, the difference between elegance and disgrace. Historians still argue whether this particular rule had roots in class signaling or was merely another Victorian obsession with bodily discipline. Some believe it mimicked the calm composure of the aristocracy, who never rushed, never spilled, and absolutely never held their saucers like soup bowls. Others argue that it was a form of spatial control. policing how much room you physically took up, especially if you were a woman. Now here's where things get even more absurd. Tilting the saucer slightly while drinking was frowned upon. It suggested that your coordination was poor, or, worse, that you were attempting to cool your tea like some rustic chimney sweep. But failing to tilt just enough to prevent sloshing was also a faux pas. A drip on the tablecloth was tantamount to a declaration of war on your host's hospitality. And let's not forget the silent judgment surrounding milk. Did you pour it into the cup before the tea? Or after? Entire families were judged on this. The milk in first camp claimed it prevented scalding delicate china. The milk in last camp thought it allowed better color control and was therefore more refined. Choose poorly, and you might as well insult Queen Victoria's corgis. Some poor souls tried to memorize every variation. Manuals warned against placing your spoon on the saucer instead of the table. They also advised you to stir silently, without clinking, in small, circular motions that respected the boundaries of good breeding. Even your pinky finger couldn't escape scrutiny. Contrary to modern parody, sticking it out was considered vulgar. The truly refined kept their fingers gently curved, relaxed, never stiff, never dramatic. Unless, of course, you were trying to make a point, in which case a subtle pinky tilt might be deployed like a fencing parry. But tea etiquette wasn't just about technique. It was deeply social. If you were hosting, you had to remember who got offered the first cup. That honor went to the guest of highest rank, not necessarily the one you liked most. If you were served last, well, you might start to wonder what you'd done to offend the hostess. Maybe she saw you loop your finger. Maybe she remembered your father was in trade. Either way, your social standing had been quietly downgraded by teacup, quaint, perhaps, but there was something ritualistic in all this. The Victorians loved order, and a teacup offered just enough chaos to make the taming of it feel like victory. One slip of the hand, and your entire afternoon was spent overthinking that tremble. Did Lady Bannister notice? Did she lean slightly away? Was that a snort or a sneeze? There are even stories, perhaps apocryphal, but too delicious not to repeat, of young debutantes fainting after knocking over their tea during a royal visit. In some circles, it was said to be preferable to faint than to spill. At least then, you might be considered delicate, not clumsy. Victorian logic, in a nutshell. So, as you stand there, fingers trembling, trying not to swirl or drip or gulp, you realize this is less about tea and more about training. A society that taught itself to drink scalding liquid in silence, under scrutiny, while maintaining graceful posture and an expressionless face, was a society obsessed with control. Tea was merely the test, and heaven help you if someone asked, "Would you care for another cup?" Because now you'd have to decide, politely, whether accepting would seem greedy or whether refusing would insult your host. You nod. You smile. Just barely. And you wait for your saucer to be properly refilled, grateful that you've survived another round without disgrace. Welcome to Victorian civility, where even your teacup has a better sense of etiquette than most people. Now that you've mastered the ancient art of not smiling and passed your saucer positioning final exam, you find yourself in a curious contraption called an elevator, or, as the Victorians preferred, a lift. But don't get too comfortable. This isn't a place for chatting or cheerful humming. In fact, if you say anything at all, you may be permanently labeled as a rural simpleton. Because yes, even riding an elevator had rules, and not just mechanical ones. The etiquette of vertical movement was an emerging frontier, and the Victorians, being the obsessive boundary minders they were, couldn't resist. The first public elevators appeared in the mid-19th century, in hotels and department stores. They were miraculous inventions, gilded cages lifted by pulleys, often manned by formally dressed attendants who stood straighter than lampposts. And with every new invention came the pressing question: how should one behave inside this metal box of awkward silence? The answer: like a marble statue. Victorian elevator etiquette demanded absolute silence. No greetings. No comments about the weather. No witty observations about how you always feel lighter going up. It was, in a way, a tiny moving temple of restraint. You entered. You nodded slightly, and you stared forward or downward. Eye contact was considered invasive. Speaking was considered gauche. And humming? Practically grounds for exile. Historians still argue whether this rigid silence came from discomfort with the new technology or a deeper cultural suspicion of confined social proximity. Suddenly, you were shoulder to shoulder with strangers of uncertain class or hygiene. Words might acknowledge their presence, and that was simply unacceptable. There were also unwritten placement rules. The wealthier you were, the closer you stood to the elevator's back panel. That was the power position, reserved for those who didn't need to exit first. Middle-class riders hovered near the buttons, ready to make way. Servants, if allowed inside at all, often waited until the next lift. Heaven forbid a baroness be forced to stand next to her scullery maid. And then came gendered behavior. If a lady entered, the men were expected to remove their hats silently and make space, without acknowledging her presence directly. Of course, too much deference, and you seemed desperate. Too little, and you risked scandal. Basically, being on an elevator was like playing three-dimensional chess while pretending you weren't playing at all. You might think children were exempt from such stiffness. They were not. Even young boys were instructed to stand still, speak not a word, and keep their hats on unless a superior was present. And if they asked, "Are we there yet?" well, they probably weren't invited again. Here's a fun twist. Elevator attendants, those calm, uniformed men, and very occasionally, women, were not just button pushers. They were silent diplomats of vertical space. Their posture, gloved hand movements, and even the direction of their gaze sent cues. An attendant who looked you in the eye was either very new or very bold. The ride itself was rarely longer than a minute, but it felt eternal. You could practically hear the ticking of 1,000 pocket watches. Many people, especially those raised outside London or Paris, found the enforced closeness almost unbearable. One etiquette guide even suggested that if conversation was absolutely unavoidable, it should be confined to neutral murmurs, never opinions or, God forbid, jokes. And the exit? Oh, the exit had rules too. You never exited ahead of someone of higher rank, unless they gave a subtle hand gesture indicating permission. And even then, you nodded, wordlessly, and stepped out as if floating on a mild breeze. No shoving. No after you. No thank yous. This was not a social occasion. There are even anecdotes of courtship scandals sparked by elevator rides. A young lady and a gentleman alone in a lift. That was enough to ignite 100 rumors and cause 3 canceled engagements. Some buildings even installed separate elevators for women to prevent just such indignities. As always, propriety before convenience. But perhaps the most amusing part? The Victorian fear of being too casual with modernity. New machines required new manners. To use them with too much ease made you look reckless. One man reportedly lost favor in polite society after using the elevator twice in one day. A sign, they said, of mechanical dependency. Imagine that. And yet, for all its silliness, the elevator rulebook was just another extension of the Victorian worldview. Motion, emotion, and social motion must be regulated. If your heart raced as the lift rose, you kept that to yourself. If you were frightened, it might crash. You smiled, internally, and considered writing about it in your journal. So now, as you descend slowly past the flickering gas lights of every upper floor, you remain silent. You do not scratch your nose. You do not clear your throat. You stand, hands clasped lightly in front of you, expression neutral, trying not to breathe too audibly. The bell chimes. You exit, and only once you're safely down the hall do you whisper, perhaps to no one, "What a lovely lift. You're back on firm ground now." But your troubles are far from over, because tucked neatly in your pocket, between a lace-trimmed handkerchief and a faint whiff of lavender, you're carrying the most linguistically charged square of fabric in all of Victorian society. Your handkerchief? Yes, that's right. Tonight, you're about to discover that the humble hanky wasn't just for blotting sweat or catching sneezes. It was a tool of communication, a flirtation device, and, occasionally, a moral barometer. Now, it's important to understand that in Victorian culture, bodily functions were treated like whispered secrets, never acknowledged, and certainly never performed in public. Sneezing, coughing, sweating, or, heaven forbid, blowing your nose were all potential social catastrophes if not handled with surgical grace. Enter the handkerchief, embroidered, folded, monogrammed, and loaded with meaning. To begin with, there were handkerchiefs for different occasions. A daytime lady might carry a small, lace-edged linen one, decorative, naturally scented, and never meant for actual use. Men's versions were more utilitarian, though still often perfumed. One did not carry just any old rag. That was practically criminal. Historians still argue whether the elaborate etiquette around handkerchiefs arose organically, or if it was a product of Victorian obsession with containment, of fluids, feelings, and femininity. Whatever the origin, the rules multiplied fast. Handkerchief language emerged most vividly during courtship. It was the subtle social dance before words were permitted. Drop your handkerchief on purpose? That was an invitation. If the right person picked it up, if someone else noticed, oops, you might be explaining yourself for weeks. Twist it in your hands? Nervousness or anticipation. Gently dab your cheek with it. A sign of regret or mild interest. Fold it once and lay it across your lap. You were done talking. The list went on. Entire books were published decoding these silent messages, and young ladies were expected to memorize every cue by their second season. Of course, this only worked if everyone played along. There are delightful diary entries from the time complaining that Mr. F. mistook my sneeze dab for encouragement, and now insists upon bringing violets. One wonders how many awkward engagements began with a poorly timed nose wipe. And it wasn't just about flirtation. Blowing your nose too loudly in public was seen as not just rude, but morally suspect. The volume, the force, the gasp, it was simply too much. Etiquette books advised turning discreetly, using minimal breath, and never examining the results. You laugh now, but one aristocrat was reportedly disinvited from a hunting party after producing a conspicuous honk during breakfast. Even the material of your handkerchief mattered. Silk was refined, but impractical. Cotton was dependable, but plain. Linen was considered ideal for the upper classes, especially when hand-stitched with initials or tiny floral motifs. Men were often gifted monogrammed handkerchiefs from mothers, aunts, or tragically hopeful cousins. But perhaps the oddest twist. Some believed that one's character could be judged by their handkerchief. Was it clean? Folded? Slightly frayed? Did you retrieve it with confidence, or let it dangle like a damp flag of shame? A woman once wrote to the Times declaring she had ended a courtship because her suitor carried his kerchief in a trouser pocket and withdrew it by the corner. Scandalous. There were also mourning handkerchiefs, darker in color, sometimes edged in black. These were brought out during funerals or extended periods of grief, when a burst of tears might be not only appropriate, but expected. Yet even then, there were rules. Dabbing, yes. Blotting, borderline. Full-on nose-blowing, absolutely not. One must suffer elegantly. Of course, this didn't stop people from finding creative loopholes. Some gentlemen developed an artful cough catch, muffling any respiratory disturbances with a perfectly timed lift of the kerchief. Others used their handkerchiefs as temporary shields from unpleasant odors in public, particularly when navigating certain horse-dung-rich city streets. Though this was done subtly, a quick press to the face, not a full-on dramatic swoon. And remember those lace-trimmed ladies' kerchiefs? They weren't just for show. Some were secretly scented with herbs, a carryover from earlier centuries when plague was a real concern. A whiff of lavender or rosemary was thought to ward off illness, or at least make the presence of others more bearable. Perfume and propriety, hand in hand. But like all things Victorian, the kerchief's meaning could be twisted. Drop it at the wrong moment, and you risked more than embarrassment. You risked interpretation. The wrong person might see a gesture meant for someone else. A rival might accuse you of impropriety. And your family. Well, they might quietly begin writing letters to boarding schools in Switzerland. So tonight, as you reach into your waistcoat or reticule and finger the soft square within, remember, it's not just cloth. It's social code, embroidered, a tiny flag you wave without waving it, a message of love or disdain, or maybe just, please excuse this sneeze. I swear I'm still respectable. And if, by chance, you drop it on the floor of a drawing room, look out, because somewhere nearby, someone is watching, and they've read all the same etiquette books. By now, you've learned not to smile too wide, how to navigate an elevator without making enemies, and the surprisingly complex art of sneeze communication. But none of that compares to what happens when someone in your circle dies. Because in Victorian England, mourning wasn't just an emotion, it was a full-time job. Tonight, You'll be donning black, not metaphorically, but quite literally, and following the labyrinthine rituals of Victorian mourning dress, a codified costume of grief that could last not days or weeks, but years. To begin with, let's clarify. If a loved one passed away, you didn't just feel sad. You became sad visibly, ritually, and for everyone to see. Etiquette dictated that mourning was a social obligation, not a personal journey. There were rules about what you wore, how you wore it, and how long you wore it, sometimes down to the day. For example, the death of a husband meant 2 full years of mourning for a woman. Not just wearing black, mind you, but specific shades of black. The first 6 months required deep mourning, which included matte black crepe, dull black bombazine, and absolutely no shiny buttons. Jewelry? Forbidden? Lace? Only black? Color? You may as well slap the queen. Historians still argue whether this strict visual code was about genuine grief or a public display of morality, especially for widows. A woman in mourning was supposed to signal chastity, loyalty, and virtue. You were effectively broadcasting, "I am still devoted to my dead husband. Please do not flirt with me unless you are prepared to wait 730 days. After deep mourning came second mourning, where textures softened a bit, maybe some shiny silk or jet-beaded accessories. Then half mourning, where the world slowly returned to color, albeit only in muted tones: lavender, gray, lilac. These weren't fashion choices. They were socio-cultural timestamps, and heaven help you if you broke protocol. Turning up at a gathering in half-mourning purple too soon after your aunt's passing. Social suicide. The neighbors would notice. They would whisper. They might even send condolence flowers again, just to remind you what year of grief you were supposed to be in. Men, as always, had it easier. A widower might wear a black armband or cravat for a few months, sometimes only weeks. He could remarry relatively quickly without much scandal. Widows? Not so fast. Society expected them to perform mourning, as though their wardrobe confirmed their emotional integrity. Children had their own mourning wear too. Tiny black frocks, miniature waistcoats, somber caps, no cartoons, no bright ribbons, just pint-sized sorrow, stitched into every seam. There are surviving photographs of entire families dressed in matching black after a death. Post-mortem portraits where even the babies look solemn, or asleep, or, well, sometimes not asleep. Let's not go there tonight. And yet, as odd as this all sounds, it gave people structure in chaos. When death arrived, and it always did, frequently and without apology, the Victorians leaned on ritual. They might not have had grief counselors, but they had color charts, fabric guides, and mourning jewelry made with the hair of the deceased. Yes, hair. Hair jewelry was all the rage in certain circles. A locket containing a curl, a ring woven from a braid. It sounds morbid now, but in a world without digital photos or social media memorials, it was a tangible way to hold on to someone, literally. One mother wore a bracelet made from the plaits of all 3 of her deceased children. She called it a circle of their love. You might call it unsettling. She would have called you unfashionably cold. There were also mourning veils, especially for women. Long, sheer black nets that covered the face. They were meant to hide tears, or prevent them, depending on how tightly you wrapped. But these veils had to be made of certain materials, worn for certain months, and never lifted in public unless absolutely necessary. Imagine trying to eat soup through a spider web. That was grief, Victorian style. And it wasn't just clothing. Your behavior was under surveillance too. Widows were discouraged from attending balls or the theater. Laughter was frowned upon. And forget remarriage for at least 2 years. Unless, of course, your late husband had left you destitute, in which case decorum might look the other way, but not kindly. Letters were also marked with black borders. The size of the border reflected your closeness to the deceased. A thick black frame meant parent or spouse. A thinner line might be used for a cousin or second uncle. Some people, particularly the painfully meticulous, kept multiple sets of stationery for just such occasions. That's dedication to etiquette, or madness, or both. Even pets weren't safe. There are tales of mourning collars for dogs, mourning drapes on canary cages. One aristocratic cat, Fluffington, was reportedly dressed in a black velvet ribbon after the death of his owner's husband. Historians remain divided on whether Fluffington was amused. But for all its absurdity, the system provided a roadmap through sorrow. It said, "Here is how you grieve. Here's what you wear. Here's when you may smile again." In a world full of cholera, accidents, and childbirth fatalities, grief became a uniformed procession rather than a wild, unknowable thing. And so, as you stand before your black wardrobe, fingering the trim of your mourning gown or polishing the buckle of your funeral shoes, you realize this isn't just fashion. It's a language, a protective layer, a signal to the world. I have lost, and I am still here. Let's say you're visiting a friend's townhouse for tea. Corset laced just right, gloves smoothed, and your mourning veil, if applicable, lifted tastefully above the chin. You approach the front door, ready to knock. But wait, who opens it first? Who steps inside first? And what if, brace yourself, you accidentally enter before a duchess? Tonight, you're navigating the quietly perilous world of Victorian door etiquette, where entering and exiting was a game of social choreography so precise it could make a ballet dancer sweat. Now, opening doors may seem mundane to us, but in Victorian England, it was charged with meaning, class, and gender roles. There was a whole silent debate happening every time someone reached for a handle, and one wrong move could make your hostess think you were raised by wolves. Let's start with the basics. Men always open doors for women, but not just any women. The gesture was reserved for ladies of equal or higher status. Open a door for someone beneath your social station? That could be taken as patronizing. Open it too eagerly for someone above you? That might seem presumptuous. And open it for a woman of questionable reputation? Well, let's just say your reputation might suddenly be joining hers. Historians still argue whether docker etiquette reflected genuine chivalry or was simply another tool of gendered power display. Was it kindness, or a method to demonstrate control over the threshold? Interpretations vary. When multiple people approached a door, there was a pecking order. The highest-ranking individual entered first unless they demurred. Then the others could proceed, but only with appropriate deference. You didn't bolt inside like it was a fire drill. You waited for the eye flick, the faint nod, the signal. To rush was vulgar. To hesitate too long, timid. You had to strike just the right hesitant grace. But wait, it gets even fussier. If a lady was escorted by a gentleman to a social call, He would approach the door, but not knock unless they were close. In many cases, she was expected to do the knocking, while he lingered slightly behind, eyes averted, pretending to admire the shrubs. The unspoken logic? It was her social transaction. He was merely decorative backup. Once inside, removing one's gloves and hat had its own timing. Gloves stayed on during the initial greeting, unless it was summertime, in which case removing one glove was acceptable to prevent fainting. Hats? Men removed theirs immediately upon entry, preferably with a slight downward tilt of the head. Women, depending on the occasion, might keep their bonnets on if it was a quick call, or remove them if they were staying for tea, or staying to escape their third cousin's endless tales about marmalade imports. As for door holding, gentlemen would ideally open the door, step back, allow the lady through, and only then follow, but not too close behind. That was considered forward, not too far back, either. That was inattentive. The optimal distance? 3 dainty steps. Any more, and you risked social frostbite. There are also delightful niche rules about carriage doors, which were even more complicated. If helping a lady into a carriage, a man must open the door, offer a hand, not too firm, and wait until her skirt was safely gathered before assisting. One misstep, one exposed ankle, and the scandal could last a season. Of course, these rituals were observed mainly by the upper and aspiring middle classes. In working-class homes, door etiquette still existed, but often in more practical forms. Who knocked? Who answered? And who stepped aside when a factory bell rang? And in rural areas, things were looser, though even there, a certain deference to visitors was practiced with surprising consistency. But back in the drawing room, the most fraught moment was often the farewell. You rose, slowly, smiling, politely, waiting for your host to make the first move toward the door. Never initiate. To do so suggested impatience. Once the host stood, you approached the door together, pausing for final remarks. The host opened the door just enough, not wide enough to shove you out, not narrow enough to trap you. A perfect social aperture. You stepped out, turned back, offered one last good day, and only then descended the steps. You never, ever ran, unless bees were involved. But even then, consider how many lives were ruined by fleeing insects and poor timing. And now you understand. In Victorian England, a door wasn't just a door. It was a boundary, a moment, a performance. Each interaction became a tiny test of grace under pressure, and failure to master it could lock you out, not just of houses, but of entire social circles. So the next time you reach for a doorknob, pause. Imagine you're in gloves, corset cinched, being watched by 4 stern ants with monocles. Are you opening the door? Or are you opening a statement about your entire upbringing? Choose wisely. You're still basking in the triumph of having exited a Victorian doorway without social disgrace when another silent ritual creeps toward you. The handshake, or rather, the elaborately encoded system of palm-based diplomacy that Victorians turned into an art form. Now, in our modern world, a handshake is simple. Firm grip, quick pump, smile, maybe some awkward eye contact. But for Victorians, a handshake wasn't just a greeting. It was a status update, a moral judgment, and a trust experiment all in one. To begin with, handshakes weren't universal. In the early part of the era, many high-born ladies didn't shake hands at all. It was too intimate, too physical. A curtsy, a nod, or a gloved finger lifted in icy acknowledgement might suffice. If a gentleman offered his hand too quickly, he risked being seen as presumptuous. If a woman extended hers without being asked, she could be considered forward or French. By mid-century, handshakes became more common, particularly in business and among men, but they remained wrapped in rules. The first, and most important, only offer your hand if the other party is your social equal or superior. Otherwise, you waited to be offered. No exceptions. A tradesman who reached for a nobleman's hand uninvited might find himself staring at empty air and empty pockets soon after. Historians still argue whether this handshake protocol was a relic of earlier class systems or a deliberate effort to maintain rigid hierarchies during a time of growing social mobility. Either way, it meant that every handshake was a gamble. Then came the grip itself. Too firm? Aggressive? Too limp? Weak? Too long? Creepy? Too brief? Insulting? Some etiquette books advise 3 pumps. No more. No less. With fingers gently curled but not tense. Eye contact was expected, but only at 60% strength. A full-on stare was animalistic. A glance and drop? Flighty. There was an entire emotional spectrum packed into 3 seconds of hand choreography. Let's not forget gloves. Gloves complicated everything. If a woman offered her hand while gloved, it meant formality. If she removed her glove first, that was a sign of deeper respect, or, occasionally, flirtation. But only if the gesture was slow and deliberate. Ripping off your glove like you were wrestling a snake? Entirely unacceptable. Some gentlemen developed personal handshake styles, a slight palm press, a double hand clasp, a quick tug followed by a bow. But these were dangerous waters. Too much flair, and you looked theatrical. Too little, and you came off indifferent. The ideal handshake left the recipient slightly impressed and mildly uncertain whether they'd just been complimented or gently dismissed. Now, what about handshake rejection? That happened too. Social snubs were often delivered in silence, and a withdrawn hand, or a strategic glance away, could devastate an ambitious social climber. One minor baronet once ruined his daughter's courtship prospects by offering a damp, clammy handshake to a bishop. It became the talk of Cheltenham for a week. But handshakes weren't just greetings. They were also conclusions. Deals were sealed, alliances formed, reputations confirmed with a proper grip. In business, a well-executed handshake could open doors or close them. Many Victorian businessmen trained specifically in handshake etiquette. There are surviving practice letters from fathers to sons explaining the correct hand temperature for fiscal respectability. Yes, really. Among women, handshakes remained rare but symbolically potent. A lady extending her hand might indicate political agreement, personal admiration, or willingness to endure your company again. Some even believed handshakes left a trace of character, like a spiritual fingerprint. After shaking hands with a known scoundrel, one etiquette writer recommended discreetly touching lavender oil to purify the aura. Of course, there were regional variations. In rural areas, handshakes were heartier. Among urban elites, they were more like gentle touches, pretending to be contact. And in colonial outposts of the empire, one often had to learn cross-cultural handshake blends, lest one offend a visiting diplomat, or worse, be invited to another dance. Let's not forget the ceremonial handshake, often used in clubs, fraternities, and secret societies. These involved coded grips, finger taps, and whispered phrases. One such club reportedly used a three-finger handshake to signal trustworthiness, while another insisted on a left-hand clasp as a sign of true allegiance. Victorians couldn't even shake hands without accidentally joining a mystery cult. And now, here you are, gloved or ungloved, depending on the mood, extending your hand toward someone across a velvet-draped parlor. You apply just the right amount of pressure, offer a subtle nod, and hold eye contact for precisely 1.5 seconds. You have just successfully navigated the handshake gauntlet. No words are exchanged, but everything has been said. And if you're lucky, the person whose hand you shook will later say something softly admiring at dinner like, "Surprisingly composed. I thought he might be the sort to squeeze." And that, dear listener, is Victorian approval at its loudest. You've survived the handshake. Barely. But before you have a chance to breathe freely, your spine tenses, not from stress, but from furniture. Because in the Victorian world, the only thing worse than poor moral character was bad posture, and the battle for your body alignment began at birth. Welcome to the era of the posture police, where straight backs weren't just aesthetic. They were a reflection of discipline, intelligence, and, occasionally, breeding. If you slouched, you weren't simply tired. You were suspect. Victorian children, in particular, bore the brunt of this obsession. From an early age, they were trained, physically trained, to sit, stand, walk, and even sleep with the precision of toy soldiers. One of the more alarming tools of the era was the backboard, a rigid brace made of wood or iron worn under clothing to force a child's spine into the approved upright shape. Historians still argue whether this strict bodily discipline was primarily about aesthetics, class control, or simply another byproduct of the Victorian fear of bodily looseness. Slouching, after all, could be read as a sign of laziness, or worse, emotional instability. Girls were often the primary targets of this posture obsession. A well-bred girl was expected to glide across the floor with shoulders down, chin tucked, and no visible strain. Despite the 12-pound dress she was wearing and the tightly corseted lungs she was barely using. Books were balanced on heads, hands tied behind backs during piano lessons, and posture-correcting chairs were gifted at birthdays. Nothing said, "Happy 9th," quite like a chair that hurts to relax in. And then there were posture drills. That's right. Families conducted evening exercises designed to improve spinal alignment. Picture children pacing across drawing rooms with porcelain cups on their heads while reciting Latin verbs. If someone wobbled, gasp. If the cup fell, well, your chances at a good marriage might have just shattered along with the china. But the madness didn't stop in childhood. Adults were held to the same invisible measuring sticks. Dinner parties became silent posture showdowns. The ideal guests sat tall, never leaned their elbows, and certainly didn't sag into their seat like a drunk poet. And if you were caught slouching, well, someone would mention it later, in a letter, or a diary entry, or during a faintly cruel game of charades 2 days later. Men had it easier, somewhat. They were allowed a certain amount of reclining, provided it was controlled and accompanied by tobacco. But even then, an overly relaxed man risked seeming immoderate. Posture, after all, indicated temperament. A straight spine meant upright morals. A slouch suggested weak will, or, worse, foreign influence. And don't think anyone escaped scrutiny while standing. Standing posture had its own complex code. Shoulders relaxed, feet slightly apart, hands either folded lightly in front or held behind the back. Never pocketed. Never. Pocketed hands were considered lazy, rude, or, depending on the era, possibly French. Even walking was judged. A proper Victorian gait was smooth, quiet, and controlled. No stomping, no shuffling, and no sudden arm movements. Children were trained to walk without swinging their arms at all. A bizarre sight by modern standards, but entirely normal at the time. Swinging arms, they believed, indicated lack of refinement, or perhaps overexcitement, both unacceptable. One peculiar invention of the time was the posture rod, a slim, rigid stick attached to the back of a chair. It nudged your spine forward while pressing your shoulder blades into submission. Some schools used them during long lessons. Others swore by them during church. If you yawned mid-sermon and sagged, the rod was there to remind you. God loves straight-backed listeners. Of course, fashion only made things worse. Corsets, bustles, and starched collars forced bodies into unnatural shapes. Even men wore waist cinchers, especially politicians, who needed to look tall, compressed, and commanding. One unfortunate MP collapsed mid-speech when his was laced too tight. The newspapers were sympathetic, but still criticized his posture as he fell. Despite all this rigidity, there were a few who resisted. Artists, poets, and some radicals, looking at you, pre-Raphaelites, began embracing a more natural pose. Slouching became a quiet form of rebellion. Just enough droop to annoy one's aunt, not enough to be disinvited from supper. There's a lovely diary entry from a girl named Eleanor, age 16, who recorded that she sat in a willow tree for 2 hours with deliberate curvature, just to spite her posture tutor. She later grew up to become a celebrated novelist. Coincidence? Perhaps not. And yet, there was a strange comfort in these rules. Knowing exactly how to sit or stand meant you always had something to focus on, something to control in a world of unpredictable social storms. Posture became a protective shell, a performance, a kind of armor. So tonight, as you recline in your own bed, spine curling gently, limbs finely freed, think of those poor Victorians, perched like piano keys on straight-back chairs, praying they wouldn't sneeze and ruin the line of their silhouette. You may be slouching now, but in their eyes, you'd be floating in pure, glorious rebellion. Let's imagine, for a moment, that someone you knew has passed on. Not just any someone, a distant cousin, perhaps, or a well-respected neighbor with a collection of dusty botanical prints. The house is quiet, the curtains drawn, and the mirrors veiled in black lace. But even now, as grief settles like fog in the air, etiquette is not done with you yet. Because in Victorian England, the rules didn't stop with the living. No, no. They followed you into death, and well beyond. Tonight, you'll be stepping delicately through the world of etiquette for the deceased. First things first, death, in Victorian times, was a whole production. And like any good production, it had costumes, lighting, set design, and an audience trained to expect proper performance. When someone died, the body was usually laid out at home, on a bed or table, sometimes in the best parlor, the room of honor. Candles would be lit, flowers arranged, windows opened to allow the soul to exit, and mirrors were covered to avoid accidental soul capture. Yes, really. From the moment of passing, rules kicked in immediately. The deceased had to be dressed properly, usually in white or black, depending on age and station. Hands were folded neatly, hair combed, and if the budget allowed, professional layers out of the dead were hired to ensure everything was respectfully aligned. Now here's the twist. The corpse wasn't simply a lifeless presence. It was still part of the social space. Visitors entered the room quietly, removed their hats, and greeted the deceased as if they were only slightly unavailable. No loud crying, no wailing, just solemn nods and murmured condolences. If you were especially proper, you might curtsy to the body. Seriously. Historians still argue whether this reverence was spiritual or simply another extension of Victorian social formality. Was it about honoring the soul, or was it about not offending the neighbors? Then there were visitation rules. You didn't just show up unannounced. Notices were sent, cards delivered. One lady wrote in her journal that she was mildly offended not to have been invited to a cousin's laying out, as if it were a garden party and not a gathering around a cooling body. Once you were there, etiquette dictated how long to stay. 15 minutes to half an hour was considered respectful. Longer, and you were intruding. Shorter, and you were rude. There were also guidelines for your physical positioning. You stood to the right of the body if you were close kin, left if you were a friend. Children were sometimes kept out of the room entirely, or, oddly, encouraged to leave a small gift like a button or piece of ribbon, a token of innocence, or perhaps future therapy fodder. And let's not forget post-mortem photography. This was no mere oddity. It was a documented tradition. Photographers were called in to pose the deceased for one final portrait, sometimes seated, sometimes propped, occasionally with eyes painted onto closed lids. Families would gather around and pose, somber but composed, as if capturing a still moment from a dinner party that had gone strangely silent. These portraits were displayed with pride, placed in albums, hung in parlors, sent to relatives abroad. Death, in that moment, was not hidden. It was commemorated. And, naturally, etiquette dictated whether you smiled in the photo. Spoiler, you did not. The funeral itself had its own thick rulebook. If you were invited, you responded promptly. If you attended, you dressed appropriately, head to toe in black, ideally with minimal embellishment. Men wore somber hats, women veils. Children often wore white mourning, which was thought to be more pure. Flowers were white, lilies preferred, and no perfume stronger than rosewater. One curious tradition, the funeral biscuit. Guests were often given wrapped shortbread or sponge cake upon leaving, tied in black ribbon with the deceased's name printed on the paper. It was both a treat and a token, a snack of sorrow. The Victorians were, if nothing else, admirably thorough. And what about after the funeral? Well, mourning continued, as you've already learned. But it also meant ongoing behavioral expectations. You were not to attend dances, speak too loudly in public, or laugh too brightly for several weeks. In some circles, you were expected to write a thank you note to anyone who had expressed sympathy. A note, handwritten, while grieving, with impeccable penmanship. But perhaps the most fascinating part of death etiquette? The visits to cemeteries. Far from grim affairs, these became social events. Families strolled through graveyards on Sundays like they were botanical gardens. Children played near tombstones. Lovers whispered under yew trees. People picnicked near their dearly departed. And yet, even there, among the resting, you had to behave correctly. No running, no shouting, no sitting directly on a grave, unless invited, so to speak. Some families hired gardeners to tend their plots weekly, and it became a point of pride to have the best-looking grave on the row. So here you are, perhaps standing by a casket in a candlelit room, trying to remember if your gloves are mourning appropriate, whether to curtsy, and how long you've been lingering. Because even in death, etiquette whispers, straighten your spine, fold your hands, don't disgrace the occasion. And for Victorians, there was comfort in that. In a world filled with early passings, plagues, and poetic consumption, the rules didn't just constrain, they reassured. They made death less chaotic, more polite, a little more manageable. And really, isn't that the most Victorian thing of all? You've paid your respects, left your sponge cake wrapped in sorrow, and emerged from the cemetery with the poise of a true Victorian mourner. Now, let's say you're ready to call upon a friend or neighbor for a social visit. But don't just knock on the door and barge in. Oh no, this is Victorian England, where even dropping by unannounced could be the social equivalent of slapping someone with a trout. Tonight, we unravel the intricate web of calling cards and paper politics, a world in which small rectangles of stiff cardstock carried more weight than a 5-minute handshake and a basket of scones combined. To begin, every respectable adult, man or woman, carried calling cards. These weren't business cards, though they looked similar. They were personal reputation slips, silent heralds that announced your presence, status, and intent. For a gentleman, the card might read simply, Mr. Archibald Pembroke, perhaps embossed, perhaps italic, perhaps edged in gold, if he was feeling cheeky. A lady's card, however, would often include her husband's or father's name, Mrs. Harold Smythe, or if widowed, simply Mrs. Smythe, no Harold. May he rest in lace-trimmed peace. So, how did this paper ballet unfold? First, you didn't just hand your card to someone. You left it with their servant. The butler or maid would receive your card on a silver tray, never directly into the hand, and place it in a designated tray in the front hall. This tray became a social scoreboard, filled with the cards of recent visitors. A well-stocked tray said, "We are relevant." An empty one whispered, "We've been socially ghosted." If you were paying a first visit, you might fold the top right corner of your card, a code that signified in person. Fold the bottom right. You were calling on multiple family members. Fold the left edge. A condolence visit. The system was so complex, some people hired tutors to help decode it all. Historians still argue whether calling cards began as practical tools or evolved purely as status games, a way to filter unwanted guests and grade one's position on the social ladder. Probably both. But by mid-century, they were essential currency. Let's say you've just moved to a new town. You begin the dropping cards ritual. This involves sending your card without ringing, just to let others know you exist. If they like the sound of your name, they'll return the gesture. If they actually want to meet you, they'll follow up with a visit. If they don't, silence. Paper silence. One diary from the era reads, "Left 12 cards today. Received none back. Perhaps I should take up millinery instead." Then there's the matter of presentation. Your calling card case was an accessory, usually silver, mother of pearl, or fine leather. Worn and tattered cases were seen as signs of desperation or forgetfulness. One socialite reportedly declined a marriage proposal after seeing a suitor's card case held together with twine. And don't forget timing. You were only supposed to pay social calls between certain hours, typically 3 and 5 p.m. Too early, and you interrupted someone's luncheon or bath. Too late, and you risked being lumped in with the improprieties. Punctuality was not just a virtue. It was the only way to get invited back. What if you weren't home when someone called? Well, their card would await you, like a pressed flower of obligation. If you liked them, you'd respond in kind. If not, you might wait 3 days, then return it by post, unfolded. A silent signal. Thank you, but no further social entanglement required. Now, let's step into card escalation. If someone left a card with their corner turned down and an added handwritten note, that meant we need to talk. It could be a gentle confrontation, an invitation, or a warning. Social drama often played out in this quiet paper language, with a full duel of reputations happening before anyone ever said a word. And yes, cards could be weaponized. A sudden halt in card exchange? That was how feuds started. A card returned without comment? Social exile? A card misdelivered to someone lower in status? Scandal. One woman reportedly wept for 2 days after receiving a card addressed to Mrs. instead of Lady. 2 days. Let's also appreciate the display. Some households arranged visiting cards on silver trays as conversation starters. Others stored them in albums, organized by occasion, date, and relevance. That's the vicar's second condolence card. We keep it next to Lady Abernathy's fainting invitation. Even funerals had calling cards. You left them discreetly on a black ribbon tray, folded in the bottom corner, signifying grief. These were sometimes tied with black string, sometimes scented, and sometimes quietly thrown away if you were only mildly liked. But beyond the spectacle, calling cards served a real purpose. They created structured boundaries. In a world with no smartphones, no email, and no, sorry, can't talk right now, they gave people space to accept or reject social contact gracefully. So now, you, dear listener, are standing at the foot of a grand Victorian doorstep, calling card in hand. You've chosen the best ink. Your case shines. You folded the corner just so. You place it on the tray, delicately, and step back. You've made your move, and the game begins. Will they return your visit? Or will your card, unacknowledged, find its way to the fire? You've left your calling card like a seasoned aristocrat and managed to avoid any social duels by stationery. But now, you've been invited inside. The parlor awaits, a room filled with overstuffed chairs, ticking clocks, and heavy curtains that somehow absorb not just light, but conversation. And this is where tonight's lesson begins. How you sit, where you sit, and why it matters far more than anything you're about to say. Welcome to the world of parlor room chess, where your very choice of seat could define your destiny. Now, to a modern eye, a chair is a chair is a chair. Not so for the Victorians. In fact, parlor furniture came with an invisible hierarchy, and unless you knew the rules, you might find yourself plopped into a seat that subtly screamed, "I don't know my place in this world." Let's begin with the hostess's chair. This was almost always a specific, designated seat, often near the fire in winter or by the window in summer. It was not to be touched unless you were that woman or that woman's ghost. Sitting there by accident, that could prompt a raised eyebrow or, worse, a shuffling of footstools to subtly nudge you elsewhere. Next, the guest of honor seat, usually opposite the hostess and slightly to her right. This spot was reserved for the most important visitor of the moment, and you had to be invited to it. To assume it on your own was like walking into a stranger's house and helping yourself to their bath salts. Then came the side chairs. These were neutral ground, safe, not too close, not too aloof. They were ideal for casual callers, cousins, and people who brought fruitcake unironically. If you didn't know your status, or were unsure how your last calling card had landed, this was your best bet. Finally, we reached the sofa, the wild card of the Victorian parlor. This cushioned expanse could mean comfort, intimacy, or scandal, depending on how many people were already on it and how much lace was involved. Sitting on a sofa alone, acceptable. Sitting with someone of the opposite sex, tread carefully. Sitting with 3 other people? Congratulations. You're now part of a spontaneous salon. Historians still argue whether parlor seating etiquette stemmed more from class consciousness or gender norms. Likely both. What's clear is that everything was symbolic. Proximity, posture, and even how you angled your knees. Pointed slightly inward, demure, crossed at the ankle, ladylike, crossed at the knee, practically anarchy. Even how you accepted your seat mattered. One did not flop. One did not wiggle. One glided into a chair as though settling into a warm cloud of decorum. Back straight, ankles together. No adjusting your bustle too vigorously. That sort of thing was left for the privacy of fainting couches. And should you need to move chairs, say, to join another conversation circle, you didn't just drag your seat across the floor like a moose. No. You waited for a conversational lull, offered a small gesture, perhaps a nod, or murmured, "May I?" Then repositioned yourself with the grace of a feather on a breeze. Then there was conversation zoning. Your seat determined your access to various discussions. Those near the fire might engage in deep topics, literature, philosophy, whether the butler was an acceptable topic of gossip. Those near the piano, lighter chatter, recipes, weather, whether one's hydrangeas were being flirtatious this season. Some hostesses arrange their parlors deliberately for social engineering. Want 2 people to bond? Place them on matching chairs, angled just so. Want to avoid gossipers conspiring? Separate them with a tea tray. Want to signal to a suitor that he may not approach your daughter? Place her between 2 elderly widows known for fierce judgment and unblinking stares. There's a famous anecdote of one social climber who misread the room and chose a chair next to the fire. Unaware it belonged to the eldest aunt of the household, she was never invited back. No one spoke of it directly, but her name was mysteriously absent from every guest list that followed. That's parlor execution. Victorian style. Of course, Not all households were strict. In more casual homes, guests might be allowed to choose freely, but even then, seating patterns were observed. Who sits beside whom? For how long? Did they laugh together? Did a lady rise before her male companion did? So many questions, so many conclusions drawn from the placement of posterior to upholstery. Even children had their rules. If allowed in the parlor, which wasn't always the case, they were expected to sit silently, usually on low stools or edge chairs, and speak only when spoken to. Fidgeting, swinging feet, or humming were grounds for immediate exile. A proper child was seen, but not slouched. And remember, the tea tray was the focal point of this entire social choreography. It was placed centrally, but slightly favoring the hostess. She poured. You waited. No one reached for anything until she offered it. To reach uninvited was like climbing onto the queen's lap and asking for jam. So now, as you lower yourself into your chosen chair, left ankle tucked behind the right, gloved hands folded, you look around. You've chosen wisely. Not too close, not too distant. The hostess offers you tea with a smile that's just the right amount of warm and unreadable. You nod. The cup is passed. Conversation resumes. And all is well, because in this strange, velvet-draped arena, you have sat correctly. And that, dear listener, is Victorian victory. Let's dim the gas lights a little and shift our focus to something slightly more fluttery. Because while men had handshakes, calling cards, and the eternal burden of opening doors properly, Victorian women had fans, and with them, a silent language that could make or break a romantic possibility in a matter of seconds. Tonight, you're learning the fan flirting tactics that turned rigid social rules into fluttering codes of desire and possibly rejection. At first glance, a handheld fan might seem like a simple accessory. Delicate lace, carved ivory, painted silk. Lovely, yes, but hardly revolutionary. But in Victorian hands, the fan became a covert transmitter, a form of coded communication that could speak volumes without uttering a word. In a society where direct flirtation was taboo, fans were loopholes in lace. Here's how it worked. First, the basics. Fans were typically carried by women during formal events. Balls, dinners, promenades, anywhere that a glance might be misinterpreted. But a flick of the wrist could deliver just the right message. Over time, these gestures became codified into a loose system known as the fan language. Historians still argue whether this language was ever standardized or more of a whimsical game whispered among debutantes and spread through etiquette manuals. But regardless of its precision, everyone knew what the fan was capable of, and many knew how to wield it like a velvet dagger. For example, fanning quickly. I'm interested, but nervous. Fanning slowly. Not today. Thank you. Touching the tip of the fan to the lips. You may approach, letting the fan rest on the cheek. I like you. Drawing the fan across the eyes. I'm sorry, but no. Dropping the fan, on purpose. Please pick that up so we can accidentally brush fingers and fall in love. And yes, dropping the fan was a particularly popular move. It invited a gentleman to step forward, retrieve it gallantly, and begin the smallest of conversations. But beware, drop the fan too often, and you might earn a reputation for being frivolous. Drop it too obviously, and the governess will absolutely report you to your aunt. Men, of course, had to interpret these signals with caution. A misread fan cue could lead to an awkward silence, a stiff reprimand, or a pointed glance from a nearby chaperone. Some ladies even layered signals to confuse or delay a suitor. A fast fan followed by a subtle eye covering. Intrigue, mystery, mild chaos. The fan itself also sent a message. A large, ornate fan meant you were visible, confident, and possibly from a family that sold tea or shipping. A smaller, more discreet fan suggested modesty, subtlety, or possibly that your father was a lesser baronet and could not afford sequins. There were regional variations, too. In France and Spain, fan language was sometimes more daring. Flicks and gestures that would have caused fainting in bath. In London, gestures were subtler, politer, and required the social grace of an eel navigating a ballroom. And speaking of ballrooms, that was the true battlefield of fan flirtation. Picture it. Candlelight reflecting off crystal chandeliers, the scent of beeswax and lavender, a string quartet in the corner, and you, standing beside your mother or a suspiciously silent aunt, fan in hand, eyes scanning the room for a partner not wearing too much cologne. You lock eyes. You flick the fan twice. He glances around. Was it for him? He moves closer. You pretend not to see. He bows. You lift your fan to your cheek. He bows again. You drop your fan. He retrieves it. Your aunt coughs. You smile. Nothing has been said. Everything has been understood. Of course, not all fan encounters ended in romance. Some were deployed to deflect unwanted attention. A sharp snap shut of the fan was the Victorian equivalent of "don't even think about it." One woman reportedly snapped hers so forcefully after a dance invitation that she had to borrow a spare from the hostess. The message was received. Etiquette books of the time often included pages on proper fan usage. Girls were warned not to snap or click them too loudly, unrefined, to never fan themselves into a sweat, unladylike, and under no circumstances to use the fan as a pointer. One particularly stern guide even declared, "A fan must whisper, it must never scold." Let's not forget the fan duel, a term whispered among debutantes. This occurred when two ladies, interested in the same gentleman, began signaling simultaneously. A war of subtlety ensued. Faster fanning, more alluring tilts, deeper eye contact behind the fan's arc. In one infamous season, Lady Eleanor of Devonshire was said to have won a Viscount via fan duel after 7 minutes of intense gloved hand choreography. And then, of course, the final move, the fan close, done gently, slowly, and with a modest dip of the chin. This said, conversation over. Farewell. I am a mystery you shall never solve. Do it too soon, and you were cold. Too late, and you were clingy. Do it just right. Legendary. So tonight, as you imagine yourself twirling through a candlelit hall, or standing coolly by the punch table, fan gently fluttering, know this: you are speaking a language older than text messages, more elegant than emojis, and vastly more fun than simply saying what you mean. And somewhere, across the room, someone has seen your signal. And whether they respond or not, well, that's part of the dance, isn't it? So, you fluttered your fan, made your parlor room seating debut, and now you find yourself outdoors, perhaps taking a leisurely stroll through a park or stepping off a handsome cab onto cobbled streets. You feel the sun on your gloves, the starch in your collar, and the top hat on your head. Tonight, you'll learn that, for Victorian gentlemen, nothing came with more invisible rules and subtle expectations than the top hat. Yes, we are stepping into the mysterious world of men's hat protocols, a realm where tipping, tilting, and timing meant the difference between being dashing or downright disgraceful. To the casual observer, a top hat may look like a tall cylinder of formality. A hat is a hat, right? But to the Victorians, it was a social signal tower perched directly on the seat of judgment, your head, and how you handled it mattered enormously. Let's begin with the most fundamental rule. A gentleman always removed his hat indoors. Period. Whether entering a house, a church, or even a public establishment like a reading room or tea shop, the hat came off. Not yanked, not flung, lifted in a measured, graceful motion, usually accompanied by a polite nod. This was not about comfort. It was about respect for space. Historians still argue whether this act of uncovering was rooted more in military custom or religious humility. But either way, to leave one's hat on in the wrong place was the social equivalent of belching during a baptism. Then there was the hat tip, the small, elegant gesture that served as a greeting, an acknowledgement, or sometimes a very polite dismissal. There were layers to it. A slight touch of the brim signaled a general hello to an acquaintance. A full hat lift, where the gentleman raised his hat several inches off his head, was reserved for ladies or persons of superior rank. A hat sweep, where the hat was removed and briefly held at chest level, could be used to show admiration, gratitude, or, in rare cases, apology. But beware, to remove your hat too enthusiastically was considered showy. One fellow in Bath was said to have lifted his hat with such gusto that he knocked his own spectacles off. This, naturally, led to whispers about his upbringing. You also had to mind your tilt. Wearing your top hat perfectly straight, that conveyed seriousness, propriety, and possibly a career in the civil service. A slight forward tilt, friendly, affable, a touch of mischief, a backward tilt, borderline rakish, acceptable in the country, suspicious in the city, a sideways tilt, scandalous. Artists and radicals favored this, which is why your aunt might clutch her pearls upon seeing one. Then came the act of passing others on the street. If you encountered a lady, the hat came off, briefly, and you stepped slightly aside, especially if she was older or known to you. If you passed a friend of equal standing, a slight nod and brim touch sufficed. Pass a stranger of lower class, you were not expected to acknowledge them, unless, of course, they were in uniform, in which case a nod was gracious, but never obligatory. Now, what about when you're escorting a lady? Oh, the choreography. You walk on the street side. Of course. You match her pace, and you must be ready, always, to remove your hat whenever she's greeted or acknowledges someone. If she curtsies, you lift. If she speaks, you hold it at your side. And should she drop her handkerchief, you retrieve it one-handed, hat still in hand, without stumbling or showing strain. Good luck. In theaters and other seated public spaces, hats posed a logistical nightmare. They were often removed and placed under the seat, but only if wrapped in a cloth to avoid sullying the lining. Some men carried collapsible opera hats, called gibus hats, which folded flat with a satisfying snap. The gentleman's version of origami. Of course, the condition of your hat mattered too. A dusty, dented top hat marked you as careless. possibly even bohemian. A shining silk finish, on the other hand, told the world you owned a good valet and maybe a few shares in railways. And while the average gentleman might own one or two, some aristocrats kept a dozen: country hats, city hats, morning, afternoon, even dueling hats, though those were largely ceremonial, thank goodness. There's also the matter of hat etiquette during weather. Rain. You never covered your head with your hat. That was what umbrellas were for. Wind. You gripped the brim, but never let your hat fly off, unless you were prepared to chase it down the street with such panache that the mishap became endearing. Snow? A gentleman simply endured it, for a wet top hat was a badge of commitment. And if your hat did fall, you were to pick it up promptly, brush it off with your glove, and proceed as though nothing had happened. Laughing at your own fallen hat was acceptable in private. In public, it was best to act like gravity had simply played a trick on someone else. There were, of course, exceptions. If you were in mourning, you wore a dull black hatband. If you were in military uniform, you might salute instead of tip. If you were a poet, well, you probably wore a floppy cap and refused to follow any of these rules, thereby causing great distress to your father. So tonight, as you imagine yourself strolling down a foggy London street, top hat perfectly aligned, footsteps echoing past lamp-lit bakeries and distant carriage wheels, remember, you are not merely wearing a hat. You are communicating your place in the world, one tilt at a time. And should you lift your hat at just the right moment to a passing lady, a curious child, or perhaps a cat with excellent posture, know that somewhere. A Victorian ghost nods approvingly. You've tipped your hat like a gentleman, avoided any romantic disasters by fan, and maintained an upright spine across a forest of parlor chairs. But now comes a perilous moment, perhaps the most treacherous of all Victorian rituals. Dinner, and no, not what's on the plate. Tonight, we concern ourselves with what's on your lap, specifically, your dinner napkin, that innocent-looking square of fabric poised to destroy your entire social standing if mishandled. It all begins with the placement. Upon being seated at the dinner table, you do not, under any circumstances, begin unfolding your napkin the moment your backside touches the chair. That would suggest either ravenous hunger or a lack of breeding, possibly both. Instead, you wait for the hostess, always the hostess. When she reaches for her napkin, so may you. Not before, not after. The moment must be shared, like a secret. Once it's go time, the proper move is to unfold the napkin, just once, and place it neatly across your lap, fold it in half, crease toward your waist. No flourishes, no flapping, and absolutely no tucking into your collar, unless you are under 5 years old or in the throes of a lobster battle. Historians still argue whether napkin etiquette was rooted in hygiene, formality, or simply a way to weed out the socially hopeless before the soup course. What's certain is that a napkin misstep could shadow your reputation for seasons. Let's talk material. Napkins were usually linen, white, sometimes monogrammed, and often starched into submission. A napkin that refused to lie flat on your lap was a personal insult. Some households even pressed their napkins into triangles or complex fan shapes before each meal, as if dinner were a form of origami with consequences. And don't think the napkin stayed in your lap without supervision. You were expected to use it discreetly, dabbing, never wiping, and only when needed. A napkin was not a towel. You were not to polish your cutlery with it. You were certainly not to sneeze into it. A gentleman who used his napkin to clean his spectacles at table was once barred from future invitations. His crime? Tactile vulgarity. Now, the timing of napkin usage was also key. Dabbing the lips before drinking? Acceptable. After soup? Expected. Constantly? Suspicious. One etiquette guide from 1865 warns, frequent napkin activity draws attention to the mouth. The mouth must be assumed, never emphasized, and heaven forbid you drop it. If your napkin fell to the floor, you did not bend to retrieve it yourself. That was what footmen were for. Attempting to reach it suggested impatience, or worse, hamstrings. You were to catch a servant's eye, a subtle glance, a faint lift of the brow, and allow them to reclaim your dignity for you. But the most scandalous sin? Leaving your napkin on the table mid-meal. This act, unless done due to fire or fainting, was considered borderline heretical. If you had to leave the table briefly, you placed your napkin on your chair, never on the plate, never on the floor. Placing it back on the table suggested you were finished, and the host might take it as a cue to advance the courses or blacklist you forever. Then there was the final move, performed at the meal's close. When the hostess laid down her napkin, that was the signal. No dessert, no cheese, no subtle biscuit prolongations. You were to follow suit. Fold your napkin loosely, not too precise, not balled up like a butcher's rag, and place it to the left of your plate. Left. Always. Right suggested confusion. Center was chaos. Some homes even had napkin rings, engraved bands that denoted ownership and allowed reuse over multiple meals. The ring was a status object, especially if it bore a family crest or was made of silver. In some cases, servants tied tiny ribbons to each napkin to track whose was whose. One can only imagine the scandal if someone used the wrong ring. She used Aunt Hortensia's ring without asking. But Aunt Hortensia's been dead 5 years. Exactly. Now, let's not forget the symbolic power of the napkin. It was, in many ways, a silent signal of civility. A table where everyone's napkins behaved was a table that understood its place in the world. There are letters from Victorian hosts who describe guests based solely on napkin behavior. The Baron was charming, though he dabbed with a certain intensity. The vicar folded his napkin into a swan. Unforgivable. And while the napkin's role in flirtation was minimal compared to the fan, there were exceptions. A lady might accidentally leave behind her embroidered napkin, an invitation for further contact, or a gentleman might offer a clean corner of his to a tearful guest after a tragic recitation of Byron, if he were bold. But mostly, the napkin was there to whisper, "I am civilized. I am clean. I have control over both my soup and my emotions." And in a world where scandal brewed in teacups and reputation dangled by a thread, that whisper carried weight. So tonight, as you imagine yourself seated at a long, glimmering table, chandeliers overhead, silver clinking faintly beside your starched linen napkin, you lift your fingers to it once more. Fold it just so, and feel the quiet triumph of someone who has survived the meal with dignity intact. And in the eyes of your host, that's worth more than the roast beef. You've dabbed politely, folded ceremoniously, and survived the roast without scandal. But now, as you rise from the table and prepare to join the next social phase of the evening, perhaps a promenade, a card game, or a pianoforte recital, there's one more item you dare not forget: your gloves. Because in Victorian society, gloves weren't just fashion, they were law. Tiny leather laws that wrapped each finger with the weight of 1,000 expectations. Tonight, we venture into the oddly specific and surprisingly strict world of glove etiquette, where the rules didn't just dictate if you wore them, but when, where, why, what color, and how tightly they fit over your mildly sweating palms. To start, let's establish one basic truth. Everyone wore gloves. Men, women, children, bishops, opera singers, butchers, special ones, even some carriage drivers. To go gloveless was to go exposed. Vulgar, suggestive, slippery. Bare hands were, in many social circles, considered nearly indecent. After all, what was a hand? A thing that touched, reached, grasped, perhaps caressed. Best not to be too obvious about all that, right? For women, gloves were part of the daily ensemble. Morning calls, light-colored kid gloves, garden parties, crochet or cotton, afternoon stroll, perhaps a soft suede, evening events, white, silk, wrist length minimum, elbow length preferred. And if you were attending the opera, you wore gloves so long they could double as emotional armor. They made your arms look like smooth, noble sculptures carved from dairy. Now, here's the fun part. You weren't supposed to do anything in gloves that might actually soil them. No eating, no writing, no picking up dropped scones. Gloves were delicate, pristine, and performative. To remove one for practical purposes was understandable, but only if done with grace and the barest hint of effort. Tug at each finger slowly. Do not yank like you're skinning a trout. For men, glove expectations were no less intense, just slightly more utilitarian. A gentleman wore gloves with his morning coat, with his dinner suit, with his walking stick. He might remove them to eat, to shake hands, if he truly respected you, or to duel, though ideally not at the same event. Historians still argue whether gloves served more as symbols of status, hygiene, or control. Probably all three. A well-fitted glove told the world you could afford bespoke accessories. A spotless glove meant you didn't engage in rough labor. A scented glove? Pure decadence. Napoleon himself once owned perfumed gloves, though by Victorian times, this was considered a little too French. Then there were seasonal guidelines. In summer, gloves were lighter and more breathable. In winter, you might wear fur-lined ones, though still not to dinner. Some households had specific glove drawers, organized by event and temperature. Imagine waking up and thinking, "Ah, yes, it's Tuesday and drizzling. I'll wear the gray button pair with the faint lavender stitching." And then doing that every day. Of course, glove rules weren't just about fashion. They were about social signaling. For example, keeping your gloves on in a room might indicate that you were only staying briefly. Removing them? Commitment? Removing one? Subtle flirtation? Or a sign you'd had enough punch to lose track of your hands. And what if you dropped one? The Victorian glove drop drama. If a woman dropped her glove in public, it was considered inappropriate for a man to retrieve it unless he knew her well. Why? Because a glove was a personal item, an extension of her body. A gentleman picking it up might be seen as overly familiar, or worse, interested. Naturally, this made glove dropping an incredibly useful flirtation tactic when deployed with precision. One manual even outlined this subtle courtship strategy. Drop, pause, glance back. If he hesitates, he's cautious. If he rushes, he's bold. If he pockets it, elopement is imminent. Let's not forget glove color codes. White was for evening, gray for day, black for morning. Pale yellow if you were feeling terribly confident and had no intention of gardening ever. Wearing the wrong color at the wrong time could lead to quiet stares and loud whispers. And there were entire rituals for removing gloves. At formal dinners, women kept them on until seated, then removed them slowly before the first course. They were not to be placed on the table, but rather folded discreetly into the lap or tucked under the napkin. Men removed their gloves when shaking hands with a superior or with a woman, if she offered hers. Gloves stayed on while dancing, but came off if one retired to the smoking room. Yes, it was exhausting. Some people even embroidered initials inside their gloves, just in case they were misplaced. There's a lovely, melancholy diary entry from 1884 in which a young lady writes, "He returned my glove. He had not peeked inside. Therefore, he is decent or dull." And yet, gloves weren't just accessories. They were boundaries. In an age terrified of contamination, moral, physical, or spiritual, gloves were the final layer of insulation. They protected your hands. Yes, but also yourself. The handshake became less about touch, more about gesture. The wave, the reach, the buttoned wrist, all part of a dance designed to keep you both polite and distant. So tonight, as you imagine yourself stepping into a softly lit Victorian salon, candlelight dancing on silver trays, gloved fingers wrapped around a delicate teacup, know this: your gloves speak for you. They say, "I am proper. I am composed. I am fully upholstered in dignity." And somewhere, across the room, someone else's gloves twitch. A signal? A mistake? A future scandal? Best not to guess. Just adjust your cuffs, fold your hands, and carry on, elegantly covered. You've survived the seated dinner, your gloves pristine, your napkin elegantly folded, and your social standing miraculously intact. You might think, surely now I can relax. But then you hear the whistle of steam and the hiss of brakes. You're about to embark on one of the most revolutionary experiences of the Victorian age, a train ride. Tonight, you're not just boarding a locomotive. You're stepping into a rolling salon of etiquette, where the smallest motion, cough, or seat selection could send ripples through the social order. Welcome to the world of etiquette on trains, where even travel had to behave itself. Now, let's set the scene. Trains were a relatively new invention in the early 1800s, and by mid-century, they had become a major part of Victorian life. But with speed and mobility came a terrifying new prospect: shared space with strangers of unknown class, habits, and potentially horrifying conversational tendencies. Victorians, of course, responded to this with an immediate explosion of rules. Let's start with the seats. First-class compartments were plush, quiet, and heavily governed by unspoken codes. If you entered one and someone was already seated, you did not speak to them, not even good day, unless eye contact was made and a slight nod exchanged. No eye contact? Perfect. Then just settle into your seat and pretend they don't exist. Choosing your seat position mattered. Window seats were highly prized, and taking one without invitation was seen as presumptuous. Sitting by the window and refusing to yield it to someone obviously older or more decorated in metals? Practically treason. Historians still debate whether the rigidity of train etiquette stemmed more from anxieties about technology or about class erosion. After all, a milliner and a magistrate could now end up thigh to thigh in the same compartment. Terrifying. The only defense? Ironclad manners. Men were expected to offer their seat to women. Unless, of course, the woman was of clearly lower social standing, in which case doing so could be interpreted as condescending. But not offering it to a lady of equal or higher status was a grievous insult. The solution? Subtle eye reading. Is she clutching a fan? Is her bonnet frilled to suggest rank? Does she glare like someone who owns land? Better stand. And let's not forget coughing. Oh, coughing. The single greatest villain of the Victorian train. One did not cough freely. One suppressed. If you absolutely must cough, it should be a dainty throat clear into a handkerchief, ideally with your face turned fully away from others. Loud coughing was seen as unsanitary, offensive, and, at worst, a harbinger of consumption, which, in a confined compartment, was social kryptonite. Sneezing, immediate apology, snoring, a subject of shame and post-trip rumor, chewing, whisper soft, talking. Oh dear. Conversation on trains was a delicate operation. Between strangers, it was to be avoided unless the journey was long and the compartment empty. Speaking across rows, taboo. Raising your voice above a soft murmur, unthinkable. One railway guide politely suggested that travelers should carry a small book or pocket hymn to avoid the temptation to make idle chatter. But if someone did attempt conversation with you, you had several defenses. Pretend to be asleep, with moderate believability. Nod politely, then bury your nose in a railway timetable. Respond in the briefest possible syllables. Indeed. Oh, now, let's talk about luggage etiquette. You were expected to keep your belongings tidy and close, preferably on the rack above your head. Taking up another seat with your valise? Bad form. Resting your hat box on someone else's knee? Grounds for duel. And God help you if your umbrella dripped on a stranger's coat. Then there were the shared carriage rules. In many trains, compartments lacked corridors, meaning once you were in, you were in. No escape, no pacing. If someone entered the carriage and you already had your gloves off, your hat crooked, and your boots unlaced for comfort, you were expected to readjust. Even the smallest posture could communicate too much informality. A train might move fast, but you had to remain emotionally stationary. Even food was contentious. Technically, you could eat, especially in longer journeys, but what you chose mattered. A neat sandwich wrapped in paper? Fine. Cold chicken legs or pungent cheese? Social suicide. An entire apple? Only if you could eat it noiselessly and without juice-related incidents. Banana? Absolutely not. Too suggestive. And of course, exiting the train was its own dance. When the compartment neared its destination, you didn't leap up and crowd the door. You rose slowly, collected your belongings, and waited for others to make the first move, especially if a lady or elder was present. To push through, to tap someone on the shoulder, barbarism. One traveler wrote in her diary of a man who rushed past her during disembarkation. His haste bespoke inner vulgarity. I pray he missed his appointment. And now, imagine it's you, gloved, composed, seated perfectly upright as the train lurches to a stop. You rise, tip your hat, or incline your head, retrieve your valise, and descend to the platform. You have spoken not a word, but everyone in that carriage knows. You were the correct kind of passenger. You were quiet, compact, graceful, the ideal Victorian traveler. And you didn't cough. Not once. You've disembarked from the train like a consummate Victorian angel, silently, politely, without so much as brushing another coat hem. But now you face one of the most deceptively dangerous activities of the entire Victorian day, crossing the street. Yes, dear listener, prepare yourself for mud, manure, misjudged glances, and moral peril. Because this evening, we'll wade carefully into the world of street crossing etiquette, where every footstep was a performance, and a poorly timed move could lead to disaster, or worse, innuendo. Let's begin with the setting. Victorian streets were colorful, especially in cities like London or Manchester, where horse-drawn carriages roared by, dogs wandered freely, and every inch of cobblestone seemed strategically designed to trap your boot in something squelchy. Add to that the general lack of organized traffic laws, and you had a pedestrian experience that required nerves of steel and an encyclopedic understanding of your hemline. For women, the act of crossing the street was practically an Olympic event. Imagine this. Your skirt brushes the ground, your corset limits your stride, and your hat is pinned so tightly you can't turn your head too far without risking a full collapse. Now add puddles, uneven paving, the occasional mound of horse leavings, and the ever-present threat of being looked at by a man. Terrifying. So how did one do it correctly? First, you didn't just step off the curb like some kind of revolutionary. You paused. You assessed. Was anyone watching? Were there carriages within sight? Were your boots tightly fastened and your gloves clean? Only then could you make your move. With dignity. Proper ladies were expected to lift their skirts modestly, only a few inches above the ankle, to avoid soiling the fabric. Any higher, and you risked scandal. Any lower, and you'd ruin your gown. The balance had to be perfect. In fact, there were actual tutorials published on how to lift your skirt while crossing the road. Some included diagrams. Historians still argue whether this extreme formality was about modesty or simply another layer of class distinction. After all, a working-class woman might hoist her skirts to the knees and stomp through the muck without comment. A gentlewoman? Never. She floated. She glided. Or, at the very least, she pretended to while mentally swearing at every passing cart. And for men, things were marginally easier. Looser trousers, shorter hems, and fewer eyes judging their ankles. But they were still expected to offer assistance to any woman attempting a crossing. This could be a hand, an elbow, or the charmingly named crossing stick, a short cane used to gently steady the lady as she tiptoed through danger. However, offering help was not always welcome. If the woman was of equal or higher rank, assistance was polite. If she was a stranger of indeterminate class, risky. If she had a chaperone, Forget it. Social rules dictated that you could not touch, offer, or even imply assistance without a proper introduction, which meant many men simply hovered, ready to help, but terrified of being rebuked. Meanwhile, women were trained to ignore most male glances during their crossing. To meet a man's eyes while navigating a muddy street was considered provocative. A slow look paired with a lifted skirt, flirtation, a dropped glove while stepping over a puddle, full-blown Victorian foreplay. Let's not forget the street etiquette accessories. The parasol, of course, provided shade and a shield from intrusive gazes. But more crucially, it could be lowered strategically to avoid making eye contact with undesirable acquaintances. There was even a published guide on deflecting indiscreet attention through parasol adjustment. Then came the boots, thick, leather-soled, and buttoned to within an inch of sanity. Ladies carried button hooks just for fastening them, and the sound of a well-heeled boot striking cobblestone was, in some circles, considered more respectable than words. And if rain had fallen recently, which, in England, it had, some fashionable neighborhoods laid down stepping stones, or even rented wooden planks, so well-dressed pedestrians wouldn't ruin their clothes. Walking across without wobbling, a test of balance and class. One wrong step and splash. You'd not only be filthy, but publicly diminished. Perhaps the most precarious moment came when intersecting with traffic. Victorian carriages did not stop for pedestrians. You waited and waited. And when a narrow gap opened, you crossed as though gliding on an invisible track. Your posture erect, your pace consistent, your gaze slightly averted. Running was forbidden. Running was for urchins and postmen. A proper woman moved like a paper boat on a still canal. Should you falter? Should your parasol drop or your skirt catch on a nail? A gentleman might assist, but only with great decorum. A woman might offer a sympathetic glance, but never a giggle. And anyone who laughed aloud at a fall, that person was likely from Birmingham. Even children were drilled in crossing etiquette. One etiquette manual for young ladies insisted, should you fall, do not cry. Rise swiftly. Dust only the edges of your garments. Smile if possible. We can only assume Victorian girls were part soldier, part swan. So tonight, as you imagine yourself stepping off the curb, gloves firm, skirt just so, the sound of hooves clattering nearby, and coal smoke curling in the air. Remember, you are not merely crossing a street. You are performing civility, balancing on the edge of propriety, reputation, and a surprisingly aggressive banana peel left by a costermonger. And if you make it to the other side with ankles intact and dignity preserved, you may nod. Briefly, you've earned it. You've made it safely across the manure-dotted streets, your skirts unsullied, your parasol unbent, and your reputation gleaming. But now, the moment you feared all evening has arrived. You are seated at the dinner table, next to a child. Yes, dear listener, brace yourself. Tonight, we descend into the strange, silent, and exquisitely rule-bound realm of children at the table, where sugar cubes are counted, giggles are dangerous, and breathing too loud might get you banished back to the nursery. In the Victorian household, the dinner table was a battlefield of manners, and children were conscripted into service before they could even cut their own meat. Dining wasn't just nourishment. It was a performance of class, restraint, and quiet chewing. Children were expected to uphold these values as rigorously as their corseted parents. Now, not all children were permitted to dine with adults. Most of the time, they were relegated to nursery meals, served at earlier hours with simpler foods, and, mercifully, lower expectations. There, a governess might allow minor chatter, or even the occasional improper jam incident. But on special occasions, children were invited to dine downstairs. And when that happened, the stakes were higher than a souffle at high altitude. To begin with, a child's appearance was critical. Boys wore miniature waistcoats and combed hair parted as though measured by a protractor. Girls were expected to sit still in ruffled frocks and maintain expressions of serene gratitude, as though being allowed to exist among adults was a form of divine grace. Upon entering the dining room, children bowed or curtsied silently. They waited to be seated. They waited for the adults to begin eating. They waited to be spoken to. In fact, most of the time, they just waited, like very quiet furniture that occasionally blinked. Historians still argue whether this severe silence was intended to train children in discipline or simply to keep them from ruining dinner. Likely both. A child who fidgeted, interrupted, or, heaven forbid, asked for something to be passed could shatter the entire mood of the meal. There were stories. Oh, such stories. Of young girls who reached across the table for a bread roll and were sent upstairs for 6 weeks of solitary soup. One boy reportedly giggled after hearing the word rump and was banned from family meals until he turned 12. The horror. Of course, utensil usage was another minefield. Forks in the left hand, knives in the right, elbows in never. Children were expected to cut quietly, chew invisibly, and swallow with monk-like reverence. The sound of slurping? Catastrophic. A drop spoon? Cataclysmic. Butterfingers were not forgiven. Even portion size was carefully regulated. Children were served smaller amounts, not only because they were smaller, but because overindulgence was seen as greedy, coarse, and distinctly un-British. And if a child happened to finish their plate quickly, they waited and waited and pretended they were already full on the joy of family unity. Then there were topics of conversation, or rather, the absolute lack thereof. Children were not to speak unless spoken to. And when addressed, their replies were to be short, formal, and filled with sir or ma'am. No anecdotes, no opinions, no mention of bodily functions, insects, or their pet mouse Timothy, no matter how impressive his recent escape had been. Should a child be asked to recite something, a poem, a Bible verse, or a memorized fact about the Napoleonic Wars, they were to do so without hesitation, blushing modestly afterward and never smiling too widely. Enthusiasm was tolerated in kittens, not children, but there were rewards for good behavior: a gentle nod from father, a smile from a guest, or, most thrillingly, a small sugar biscuit placed discreetly on the plate at the end of the meal. A sweet little trophy for being seen, not heard, and not too seen. Let's not forget the servants, who watched from the edges of the room, ever alert for misbehavior. Some were instructed to discreetly signal the child with a cough or raised eyebrow if slouching was detected. Others, more proactive, might remove the child entirely should fidgeting reach unacceptable levels. One footman was said to have lifted a 6-year-old from his chair mid-sneeze and returned him to the nursery before dessert. The paradox here, of course, is that children were expected to learn how to behave in adult society without ever being allowed to participate in it. They were spectators at best, aspiring statues, trained not by interaction, but by observation and fear. And yet, there's a strange beauty in the rigidity. Children who mastered these rituals often felt deep pride. There are diary entries from young girls beaming with joy after successfully buttering a roll in silence or surviving a meal without needing correction. In some ways, they were not just playing the part, they were becoming it. So tonight, as you sit quietly in your imagined velvet chair, listening to the distant clink of porcelain and the hum of muted adult conversation, spare a thought for the miniature Victorians seated beside you. Their shoes pinch, their hands are folded, and they have not blinked in 17 minutes. And if you happen to pass them the butter, don't expect a thank you. They've been trained not to speak. You've endured a silent meal beside a child who blinked exactly twice and breathed only when permitted. Now, full from dinner, and perhaps still digesting the emotional weight of napkin protocol, you're invited to partake in a most fashionable Victorian pastime, a visit to the seaside. Ah, the beach. How relaxing, or so you'd think. But in Victorian society, the sea was not just a place to splash around and collect shells. No, it was a minefield of manners, and public bathing conduct required more social choreography than a royal procession. So tonight, let's lower our parasol and wade carefully into the rules and rituals of Victorian seaside etiquette, where even getting wet came with expectations, supervision, and, yes, whistles. First, let's discuss swimwear, or what the Victorians called bathing costumes. These outfits were designed not for swimming, but for maintaining dignity while not drowning too quickly. For women, this meant heavy woolen dresses with puffed sleeves, long skirts, bloomers underneath, and occasionally a modesty apron over the whole ensemble, because apparently even wet wool wasn't demure enough. Bathing costumes often included weights sewn into the hems to prevent the fabric from floating up and revealing the horrifying vision of a woman's knee. Imagine trying to swim in a curtain that wants to drown you for decency's sake, and you did it with a polite smile. Men fared a bit better, wearing woolen singlets and trunks, but only if the beach allowed it. Some places still required full-length suits, especially on mixed-gender beaches, where the possibility of elbow contact could send entire families into therapy. Historians still argue whether this extreme modesty was about protecting virtue or simply another Victorian attempt to tame nature. After all, the sea was wild, unpredictable, and full of opportunities. Better to package everyone like socially anxious potatoes. But perhaps the most bizarre feature of Victorian beach culture was the bathing machine, a wheeled wooden hut designed to transport bathers into the water without exposing them to public view. You entered the machine fully clothed, changed inside, and then a horse, or two burly attendants, pulled the entire thing into the surf. When ready, you emerged, modestly, from the sea-facing side. It was like a reverse Trojan horse, except instead of Greek soldiers, it released a damp lady and 38 pounds of ruffled wool. Even entering the water had rules. Splashing was discouraged. Diving, scandalous. Jumping in excitedly, positively animalistic. One was expected to wade gently, like a swan considering her taxes. Laughter? Only if hushed. Screaming? only if being attacked by an eel. And even then, a polite squeak would suffice. Now, you might be wondering, how did one stay safe in the water, wearing a soggy curtain and surrounded by prying eyes? Enter the bathing attendant, a seaside employee, often female for female bathers, whose job was to help guests into the water, supervise modesty, and occasionally prevent enthusiastic waiters from drifting into France. Some carried whistles, which they used to enforce decorum. Too loud? Tweet. Too bouncy? Tweet. Hand-holding? Tweet. 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 Let's not forget the segregation of the sexes. In many places, men and women bathed at different times or on separate sections of the beach. A wrong turn could lead to social catastrophe. There's a story of one woman in Brighton who accidentally waded into the men's section and had to pretend she was inspecting fish populations to avoid disgrace. And once out of the water, you were not done. One did not simply sprawl on the sand like a relaxed crustacean. You retired to your bathing machine, changed quickly, without assistance, of course, and returned to your promenade outfit, a separate, carefully curated ensemble meant for walking along the boardwalk without revealing the fact that you'd just been wet. Men, similarly, were expected to dry and redress in full. No shirtless lounging, no sunbathing, no tanning. Tanned skin, after all, suggested outdoor labor, which was deeply unfashionable among the upper classes. Pale was prestigious. Sunburns, lower-class agony. Children were allowed slightly more freedom. Some ran barefoot. Others built sandcastles, but even they were watched. A governess stood nearby, ready to correct any attempt to remove hats or roll sleeves too high. You could play, but only within the bounds of elegance. Some seaside resorts even published rules of beach behavior, including such gems as no drying of stockings upon railings, no calling to acquaintances from the water, no whistling, no loitering near bathing machines not your own. And of course, the ice cream etiquette. It was to be eaten from a dish, with a spoon, no licking cones. That would be ghastly. So now, as you imagine yourself at the edge of the surf, parasol in hand, seawater swirling around your ankles, and a damp breeze teasing the ribbons on your hat, remember, you are not simply bathing. You are enacting a performance of public restraint, cloaked in wool and surrounded by whistles. And when you return to your blanket, change discreetly and settle in with your copy of the Ladies' Gazette. Know that somewhere nearby, a stranger is watching you and silently approving the way you did not drip onto your shoes. You've survived the surf, dodged the whistle blows, dried your gloves without improper flapping, and are now preparing for one final trial, saying goodbye. Because in Victorian England, farewells weren't just parting words. They were an event, a delicate pageant of bows, nods, hand clasps, and rituals so intricate that leaving someone's home could take longer than your actual visit. Tonight, we step gently into the world of Victorian parting etiquette, where goodbye was never just goodbye. It was a slow-motion ballet performed in real time, often with cake. Let's set the scene. You've enjoyed a proper visit. Tea was served. You held your saucer correctly. No one's fan signaled disappointment. You now glance discreetly at the clock on the mantel. It is 4:47 p.m. The perfect time to begin thinking about leaving. You don't announce your departure just yet. That would be abrupt. Instead, you subtly signal it, adjusting your gloves, shifting in your chair, allowing a polite lull in conversation. If your hostess is particularly astute, she'll catch the cue and say, "Well, I shan't keep you." This is your invitation to begin the multi-stage exit protocol. Stage 1, the verbal farewell. You rise slowly, never suddenly, or the governess might faint. You thank your host or hostess with a compliment, something mild. What a charming teapot. Or, your garden is looking just so this season. Too effusive, desperate, too brief, cold. You must strike the tone of someone who is both grateful and mildly reluctant to leave, while also appearing not to linger. Stage 2, the secondary exchange. Here, you exchange final pleasantries at the threshold. It is imperative not to restart the conversation here. One does not say, "Oh, that reminds me. How is your cousin's gout?" No, no. This is a place for reiteration. Thank you again. Yes. Lovely. Indeed. Very good jam. Stage 3. The doorstep linger. You step out, but remain within speaking distance. Why? Because now comes the final volley of goodbyes. Your hostess might say, "Next Tuesday, then?" To which you reply, "Only if you're certain." She insists. You demur. She insists again. You agree. You both laugh, politely, from the diaphragm. Stage 4, the gate pause. If your host walks you to the gate, or the end of the gravel drive, you must stop again. Another thank you. Another compliment. Perhaps a fond wave. Then, and only then, are you permitted to physically leave the property. Historians still argue whether the length of Victorian farewells was about genuine connection or social defensiveness, an attempt to reassure both parties that no offense had been given and that the relationship remained delicately balanced. Probably both. The longer the farewell, the more you mattered. Of course, it wasn't always so formal. Among close friends or large families, informal goodbyes took root, though even then, they came with rules. A goodbye at the train station? Stoic. No crying. A parting after a garden stroll? Gentle. Murmured. Timed, so that no one had to walk alone for too long. A farewell after a scandalous revelation? Brief. Dignified. And usually accompanied by a curt nod and a letter of explanation 3 days later. Let's not forget the written goodbye. A letter sent after a visit to thank one's host again. This was common, even expected. A well-phrased note could seal a friendship or rescue a rocky one. One lady wrote, "Your tea was warm and your company warmer," and secured herself 3 future invitations. Another simply wrote, "You are gracious beyond measure." That guest was offered a marriage proposal the following spring. But perhaps the most peculiar Victorian farewell, the cake leave behind. Guests were sometimes offered a slice of cake to take home, delicately wrapped in waxed paper or linen. It was not meant to be eaten immediately. It was a culinary echo of the visit. One was to nibble it slowly the next day, as a reminder of shared civility and how well one had folded their napkin. Of course, even farewells had their dangers. Depart too quickly, and you seem cold. Too slowly, and you become a bore. One well-known clergyman once lingered so long after supper that the host extinguished the candles one by one, until the room was in total darkness. The clergyman stood and said, "I see it's time," and only then departed. So now, as you imagine yourself walking away from a fine townhouse, your boots clicking softly against the stone, the scent of rose water fading behind you. You take a moment to look back. The curtain moves. A figure watches. You wave, just once, and turn again. You have exited properly. You have been seen. And above all, you have left an impression, polished, gracious, and ever so slightly mysterious. And now, as we leave behind the lace and starch and buttoned absurdities of Victorian etiquette, you can finally let your shoulders drop. You've worn the gloves, lifted the skirts, nodded at just the right moment, and survived a world where everything, even how you stood still, was a quiet test of character. Let your mind drift now, gently, to a quieter place. No more calling cards to fold. No more teaspoons to angle just so. No more wondering whether the left glove goes on first, or if your sigh was socially acceptable. Just you, and a calm sense of completion. You've performed it all. The silence in the elevator, the whisper-soft cough, the measured 3-second handshake. You did it. And now, you may finally sit, fully, deeply, into the most forbidden Victorian indulgence of all. Comfort. Imagine your boots kicked off, corset unfastened, hat perched crookedly on a side table. The tea has gone cold. The clock ticks without judgment. No one is watching. No one is folding linen. You are simply here, floating gently away from the candle-lit rigidity, from the layers of ruffles and the quiet war of posture, into something softer. A world where elbows may touch tables and farewells take only a moment. Close your eyes now. No need for another nod. No need to send a thank you note. The parlor is quiet. The street empty. The train gone. You are entirely and blissfully at ease.